Mr. Janser, did you get?
I'm working on it.
We'll, get ready to step in. I call to order the regular city council meeting for Monday, October 7th, 2024 at 5:31 PM. At this time, we do have a full audience, so I would request that you turn your phones on vibrate or silence to out of respect for those who are addressing the council. Moving on to action item number 1 is a roll call.
Blessum?
Here.
Fuller?
Here.
Janser?
Here.
Olson? Pittner?
Here.
Ross?
Here.
Samuelson?
Here.
Item number 2, joining us tonight for the Pledge of Allegiance, we have Colonel Chapman, the Deputy Commander of the 91st Missile Wing. His sons Hayden and Dalen are very close to Eagle Scouts, and they'll be leading us on the Pledge of Allegiance.
Join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, guys, and good luck with your border review. Moving on to the mayor's report, it's going to be a little bit of amended. We've got a few things taking place. First of all, a letter of commendation. I wish to read to Vet Technician Staff Sergeant Sally Dolence of the United States Army.
Oh, can you wait till she's out there?
Oh, well, let's bring her in.
We,
Just right out front. Come on out front. This deserves it. Well, no, you
you
can
can
go
go
out front
this way.
here. Yep.
See the dog.
like him.
Rather see Caspian than me, so yeah, out front there. The letter reads, "This letter is written on behalf of the Minot Police Department and the City of Minot to formally recognize U.S. Army Vet Tech Staff Sergeant Sally Dolence for her outstanding generosity, compassion, and skill which she demonstrated to the Minot Police Department K-9 program, and more specifically to K-9 Caspian. Staff Sergeant Dolence has volunteered her time and expertise on numerous occasions to provide professional medical training to the department's K-9 handlers. Our K-9s have a difficult and dangerous job, and Staff Sergeant Dolence recognizes that our handlers have a moral obligation to render the best possible medical attention when their partners are injured. To that end, Staff Sergeant Dolence has donated her time and talent to teach the Minot Police Department handlers critical K-9 life-saving skills. She has held numerous trainings for her handlers, teaching expert skills and techniques, and expects no compensation in return. In the late evening hours of August 14th, 2024, K-9 Caspian was called into action to assist Ward County deputies in the search for a criminal suspect. Caspian and his handler, Sergeant Taylor Jensen, began their search, which took Caspian and his handler under a rail car and over 2 6-foot fences. After scaling the second fence, Caspian started showing signs of physical injury to his right back leg. Recognizing that her partner was in distress, K-9 handler Staff Sergeant Jensen contacted Staff Sergeant Dolence for medical advice. This call was made at 11:30 at night. Staff Sergeant Dolence requested Staff Sergeant Jensen immediately bring Caspian to her for a full examination. During this examination, Dolence discovered that K-9 Caspian was suffering from chemical burns to his paws. She quickly sanitized Caspian to neutralize the effects of the unknown chemical. Staff Sergeant Jensen expressed any delay in medical treatment for Caspian could have resulted with the chemical entering Caspian's blood and causing serious injuries and even death. Our police canine officers are more than working dogs to us. They are a part of the City of Minot family. On behalf of the Minot Police Department and the City of Minot, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to U.S. Army Staff Sergeant Sally Dolence for showing incredible care and compassion to the members of our family. Signed, Acting Police Chief Dale Plessis, City Manager Harold Stewart, and Minot Mayor Tom Ross. Congratulations. Next on the mayor's report is a proclamation proclaims October as Domestic Violence Awareness and Prevention Month. Whereas domestic violence is an ongoing pattern of behaviors and tactics used by intimate partner or ex-partner to gain power and control over a person's life and is a serious public health issue that affects all communities and citizens of North Dakota without regard for age, race, ability, sexual orientation, gender identity, or social, ethnic, geographic, or economic differences. And whereas national data shows 1 in 4 women have experienced sexual violence, physical violence, and or stalking by an intimate partner during their lifetime with IPV-related impacts such as being concerned for their safety, PTSD syndromes, injury, or needing victim services. And whereas in North Dakota in 2023, 19 domestic violence and rape crisis centers served 6,131 unduplicated victims of domestic violence, and at least 4,205 children were directly impacted. And whereas North Dakotans are encouraged to support survivors, have informed conversations about domestic violence, challenge social norms that enable domestic violence, and join advocates in their belief that all community members must be a part of the solution to end domestic violence. And whereas, together, through prevention, education, increased awareness, and ensuring justice for victims of domestic violence by holding perpetrators responsible for their actions, we can end domestic violence in North Dakota. Now, therefore, do I, Tom Ross, Mayor of Minot, hereby proclaim October 2024 as Domestic Violence Awareness and Prevention Month, and encourage all Minot and North Dakota residents to work to ensure every person has the right to live free of violence at home, in neighborhoods, in schools, and in all of our communities across North Dakota. Mayor proclaims as October as Domestic Violence Awareness and Prevention Month, signed by Mayor Tom Ross and signed by City Clerk Michaela McWilliams. And I'll present that. And at this time, I would like Jill McDonald to step forward for a special presentation, a word presentation on behalf of domestic violence.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. We cannot do our work alone as an agency in Minot, and I'm honored to say that we work very closely with many people in the city of Minot, especially our law enforcement partners. And so we would like to present the Nancy Murphy Love Without Fear Award to Officer Sarah Kiss. She had multiple nominations this year, and we are so very appreciative of the work she does, showing empathy towards victims in her response and reporting. We're grateful for the partnership with our region's law enforcement agencies. It definitely takes careful coordination to respond to these very difficult cases. So I'd like to have Officer Kiss come up. Thank you so much. Have our team here as well and several of the other folks, but we're so very grateful for all of your work. And so we have for your gratitude.
Thank
and
you.
There you go.
Thank you
We
very
just
much.
really appreciate you so much.
I appreciate that a lot. Thank you.
Why don't you?
And for our final proclamation for this afternoon, the mayor proclaims October 6th through the 12th as Fire Prevention Week in Minot. Whereas, Minot is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living in, working in, and visiting our community. And whereas fire is a serious public safety concern locally and nationally, with homes being where people are at the greatest risk from fire, with home fires causing 2,700 civilian deaths in the United States in 2022 and creating 360,000 responses from fire departments. And whereas working smoke alarms reduce the risk of dying in a reported home fire by almost half, and roughly 3 out of 5 fire deaths happen in homes where either no smoke alarms are or with no smoke alarms working. And whereas residents should install smoke alarms that fit the needs of their family members, including those with sensory or physical disabilities, in every sleeping room, outside every separate sleeping area, on every level of the home, and test the smoke alarms at least once a month. And whereas the 2024 Fire Prevention Week theme of smoke alarms, Make Them Work for You, effectively serves to remind Minot residents of the importance of having working smoke detectors in your home or place of business, and to reinforce the safety message of install, test, and replace. Now, therefore, do I, Tom Ross, Mayor of Minot, hereby proclaim October 6th to the 12th as Fire Prevention Week in Minot, and urge all Minot residents to ensure their families, their homes, and their businesses are better protected from fire by installing and regularly testing and maintaining smoke detectors as we work to protect our community from the dangers of fire. Signed by Mayor Tom Ross and City Clerk Michaela McWilliams. And we'll get that to the fire guys. I thought I saw one in here, or two. So thank you. I haven't signed that one, I don't think. Yeah. And that, I'll amend my my mayor's report tonight just for out of respect, out of time. So if there are no questions, we will move on to item number 3 and item number 4 on the agenda. And that 4.1 is the city manager's report.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I do have a few things that I want to present to council tonight, but before I do that, I wanted to see if there was any questions with regards to the memo that was prepared and included in the packet. Okay. Not hearing any. First thing I wanted to provide an update to is make the council aware that last week we released an RFP looking for new animal pound services for the city. We've received service from the Minot Vet Clinic for many years. We were notified recently that they would no longer be providing those services as of the end of this year, December 31st. So we're in the process of looking for someone to partner with the city to provide those services. I remind council that when we put this RFP out a couple of years ago, we received no response. My concern is that without the Minot Vet Clinic providing these services, we really don't have anyone in town that has the capacity to provide the services that we need. it's more than taking in dogs and cats. We receive lots of animals, goats, pigs, cows, the snakes, the list goes on. And even the volume of dogs and cats that we take in on an annual basis would be enough to overwhelm any one agency with regards to their capacity. But I felt it important to give you notice that we had received that notification from the Minot Vet Clinic. They've been great partners for the city for a long time. It was a mix of retirement and some of the community dynamics that have gone on that they just weren't willing to do that anymore. And they're going to go back and focus on what their bread and butter is, and that is taking care of agricultural animals and no longer being interested in taking care of that. But depending on what the responses are, we may have some challenges come the first of the year in how we provide those animal services within our community. So I wanted to give you a notice of that. The second thing I wanted to talk about, and this is kind of a first in my career, I don't know that I've dealt with this before. We've had a couple of property owners that have offered to donate their residential properties to the city of Minot. So I wanted to make you aware of that. At this time, staff sees no purpose or reason to accept those properties. They're in locations that it's not somewhere that you could put like a park or anything like that on. They're in the middle of neighborhoods. But I wanted to make the council aware that those offers have been made and see if there's any feedback from council of whether or not you would like to consider this any further. If you do, we can put it on a future council meeting. But right now, staff sees no public purpose for accepting the properties.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Mike.
Harold, was any reasoning given at all?
They just wanted out of them. I know at least one of the properties was damaged in a fire recently, and they probably don't want the costs of dealing with the property. So their solution was to give it to the city. Another one was just, I think it was a rundown property, and they didn't want to put the investment in it. And again, they wanted to give it to the city. So one, it serves no public purpose. It potentially means investment of taxpayer dollars on taking care of the properties, and then it takes them off the property tax rolls as well. So given those factors, city staff didn't see any need of accepting those, but if the council feels differently, we can bring those to you at a future council meeting, and you can decide what you want to do.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I could continue, so Harold, just help the process. If they essentially abandon the property, stop paying property tax, the county eventually, I think around 2 years, will start to step in. They will eventually auction that property, and it'll go to the highest bidder. In the meantime, we may be faced with issues like, if the property's run down, we end up demoing it. We've got some of that to talk about tonight. And so that's kind of the process that will occur, correct? If we do end up demoing it, the city would take on that cost. It would be passed on to the property and placed as, a lien or whatever against it. In an auction, do we know, does that follow the property? Is it something that eventually should be paid back when it's bought?
Stephanie.
Mayor, Alderman Blessum, yes. So after 3 years of non-payment of taxes, they will then go on the auction block with the county. And the goal is to acquire any back due taxes, any assessments that are placed against the property. So if there was a demo, for instance, that happened with the city, we would assess that against the property and hope to recoup it through that means.
And that's correct. But in this process, they were looking to just deed the property to the city, skip all that process and deed it to us, which means we would have all fiscal responsibility for the property at that point because we would be the owners. And again, at this time, staff sees no value in the city taking that step, but I didn't want to make that decision executively on behalf of the council without making you aware and see if there's any further direction from the council. Not hearing any feedback on that. And anyway, I'll move on to the last piece, and that is Alderwoman Olson and Alderman Janser and I are the city's appointees to the Metropolitan Planning Organization Board, the Central North Dakota MPO, on the Executive Board, Policy Board. And recently we hired a new director, and I wanted to bring Mr. Van Dyke up. He'll be a familiar face. He was our former city planner. But I wanted to bring him up. He had a brief introduction that he wanted to provide to the council. And after that, I have no further items or updates for the council, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Ross, members of City Council. think at this point I've met everybody, possibly just tonight, but we've now met. So I'll try to make this as quick as possible. I know you've got quite a busy agenda, and I've got the benefit of being able to jet. I've got to give this presentation 2 more times to the City of Burlington and then also the City of Surrey. So last week I gave it to Ward County Commission. Yeah, I got all the bumps out. So I've got 5 questions that I wanted to answer through this presentation. I'm hoping it won't take any longer than 10, 12 minutes. I'll do my best, so I'll leave it to you guys if you're going to also follow up with some questions. But I do have to get out of here by 6:15 at the latest. So who's the executive director? What is an MPO? Also MPO, MTP, it's a federal program, so there's any number of acronyms. MPO is Metropolitan Planning Organization, and MTP is a Metropolitan Transportation Plan. And I'm going to go over most important part of my presentation is how can the public get involved within the Metropolitan Transportation Plan. So who is the executive director other than me standing here? So I started in this position, this capacity on May 20th of this year. Previously, I was the principal planner for the city of Minot. I'm a graduate of Boise State University. I've got a bachelor's in business administration and business economics, and then a master in community and regional planning. I've got over 15 years of land use transportation, labor market analysis / economic development experience, and then I've performed work for communities and agencies in Oregon, Idaho, North Dakota, and South Dakota. So my communities range from 250,000 down to less than 1,000. So I've got good breadth of who I've worked with and the nature of the work that I've provided. What is a metropolitan planning organization? So effectively, it's a byproduct of the interstate system from the 1950s. So back when the interstate system was being developed and planned, each respective state was responsible for its portion, planning its portion within the state boundaries. This was largely taken on by the state departments of transportation, and they imposed the construction on local communities. The focus there was to reduce costs. That was the primary focus, and with that, disparate or adverse impact ultimately was that many minority and low-income neighborhoods were raised to accommodate these roadways. As happens, lawsuits resulted, and then the federal government reevaluated its approach, and under Kennedy, the Federal Highway Act was passed, which required urbanized areas. So it's a geography with over 50,000 population to provide a continuous, cooperative, and comprehensive transportation planning process. And that's effectively where the MPO comes in, is to provide that continuous, cooperative, and comprehensive transportation planning process. So I like to think of the MPO as more of a federally required, effectively a bit of local control. I would say it's more like local influence more than anything, but at the end of the day, it gives the locality a bit more say in how federal spending is pushed throughout the region. So who is part of the Central Dakota MPO? It's the cities of Burlington, Minot, and Surrey, and then those portions of Ward County. So here's the boundaries. Effectively, it's not precise, but it's effectively the extraterritorial jurisdictions, obviously the communities themselves, and then a bit beyond, because there's certain roadways where the MPO's area of influence or area of oversight would extend beyond the existing extraterritorial jurisdiction. For those who don't know what extraterritorial jurisdiction is, that's our area of zoning or land use influence. So the MPO would be responsible for providing guidance for the roadways within this particular geography. So what is a metropolitan transportation plan? It's a lot of things. So long range, this is going to be going out to 2050. And this is going to be the first plan that's going to take a regional approach. So this is where we're going to actually look at our collective transportation system. So it understands that, critical component of economic development is your transportation system, right? So we need to look at this regionally because that's exactly how our economics function throughout this region. It's all tied together. And then understanding the impact of future planned growth and transportation needs, that's directly tied to a travel demand model, which is currently being developed. Effectively, this is origin, destination, and the road system that ties everything between. And so that's going to be looking at population projection, household projections, jobs projections all throughout the area, and how that, which certain segments are, I guess, over encumbered and need to be focused on to ensure that they can accommodate the projected capacity. Fiscally constrained, so this plan needs to be fiscally constrained. So this focus on fiscally constrained is what's unique. So we're not just creating a wish list of projects. There's obviously much more needs than there are funding available. This is going to be completely focused on making sure that we identify all the revenue sources, local, state, and federal revenue sources, and ensure that the projects that are selected actually have a revenue stream tied to it. So we're not just picking projects that are adding to a list of everything that we need. We need to be able to pay for it. So it's a nice exercise in making sure the community understands how much need there is out there with what limited revenue is available. So we'll be doing that again across the region for Surrey, Minot, Burlington, and then these portions of Ward County. I would say probably even more important is that it's community-centered. So part of this is why I want to introduce the public engagement opportunities. These plans are critical to getting public input on the needs. I'll go over some of the opportunities that are available, but at the end of the day, just like I said, the disparate and adverse impacts of the highway system, we want to make sure that wherever we're pushing the funds, that we're prioritizing those funds in the area where the community actually has value. So we're not just pushing funds in an area where the community doesn't care. So I guess if I was going to summarize this in a paragraph, this is going to be a 5,000-hour effort, 200-page document. But if I could summarize it in a paragraph, it's effectively to compile regional data, establish priorities, and direct limited resources to achieve the optimal outcome for the region based on the goals, objectives, and policies identified through a robust community engagement process. So I kind of want to go over just a little bit of the existing condition data. Here's probably the first time that you've actually looked at our transportation system from a regional lens. And here's, effectively, it's road miles by roadway jurisdiction throughout the metropolitan planning area. And so you can see that we've got 600 miles of roadway. Last I checked, local roadway is about $1,000 per linear foot. That's the road, the water, sewer, storm sewer, and then the lights. Not all of these roads are going to have all those bells and whistles, but nonetheless, infrastructure is outrageously expensive. So when you're talking about 600 miles of roadways, clearly we need to be rethinking how we're planning our system. We need to make sure that we're being very proactive and not creating a problem for future generations. The other thing to think about too, this is a 2050 plan, so we're not creating a plan for ourselves. We all have our opinions today. This plan, if affected, would be for our kids or potentially our grandkids, depending on how old we are. So being mindful of that, we're planning for the future. Here's crash density, another interesting thing just to look at. Obviously, where traffic is, you're going to have a higher proportion of the crashes. However, if you start looking at fatal and incapacitating injuries, they occur throughout the MPO. And I know the city of Minot is doing a state safe streets and roads for all planning grant where they'll be looking specifically at fatal and incapacitating injuries and identifying potential solutions. But just looking at it through this lens, you could see where the fatal and incapacitating injuries they're spread all throughout and not necessarily in that hot spot. Right there in the center. Pavement condition. This is something that the MPO can assist with as well. One thing that's at least notable is that we've got information for the city of Minot and then also NDDOT facilities, but we do not have that information, at least at present, for city of Burlington, city of Surrey, and then those portions of Ward County. We might have specific corridors, but collectively, we don't have that information. So that's something the Metropolitan Planning Organization can assist with is collecting this data. And even though Minot has this data today, I mean, the half-life of this information and this data, the MPO can assist with recollecting, regathering this information into the future. The other thing that this Metropolitan Transportation Plan is going to be focusing on is not just roads. So this is also bike and ped facilities. It's going to be freight, including your heavy trucks and rail. So it's going to be all modes of surface transportation. There's going to be a transit component to it as well. So it's going to be a bit of everything. How can I get involved? So there's the project website. A little bit long, but shorter than it used to be. If you go to that website, and I'll have it at the end as well, I'll leave it up, but there's all sorts of information there. It's continually being updated. But the open house materials, there's 3 of them next week. October 15th from 5 to 7 p.m. at Minot City Hall right here, City Council Chambers. October 16th, 12 to 2 p.m. at the Surrey Senior Center. And then October 16th from 5 to 7 p.m. at the Burlington Community Food Pantry. So we wanted to get a good cross-section of opportunities throughout the region over those 2 days. So those materials, if you're not able to make it or you don't want to go, but you still want to see what the materials are, you're able to obtain those on the website. There's also a community survey, and then input ID comment mapping. So a lot of you may have participated. This is where you can drop a pin, you can draw a polygon, you can just add information. So if there's a particular area of town that you do not like, note that. If there's a particular area of town that you wish was emulated throughout the region, note that as well. We can be positive. But at the end of the day, we want to collect this information. These are the digital opportunities to participate. Again, not everybody's available to participate in person. I would definitely encourage you as decision makers to attend one of these 3 meetings. I know you've got plenty of meetings that you get to attend, but this is a big one, and it will give you a chance to be directly involved in the process. If not, certainly welcome you to fill out the survey and the input ID comment mapping. And if you do have any other questions, as follow-up, obviously, pretty sure you know how to get a hold of me. In November, there's going to be 6 stakeholder categories. So there's going to be some focus groups being conducted, and those are the 6 categories. At the October 24th Policy Board meeting, I'm going to be presenting at least a draft list to the Policy Board to provide final comment on, and then we'll make sure that that list is reflective and inclusive of those 6 stakeholder categories. So with that, the 12 minutes. That's the link, so I just want to make sure that if you're in the audience or online that you're able to jot that down, go to that. There's my email address as well. You're welcome to email me and I can send you the link directly. But I would certainly stand for questions until 6:15, and then I'm jetting out to re-give this. So,
Do we have any questions? Seeing none, thank you, John.
awesome, thank you.
Harold? Nothing further. Any questions, any further questions of Harold on the city manager's report? Seeing none, we will move on to item 4.2, city attorney's report.
Mayor and council, I've submitted a written report and I can stand for any questions at this time.
Are there any questions on the city attorney's report? Seeing none, we will move on to item number 5 on the agenda, and that's Planning Commission. 5.1, consider the report of the Planning Commission, and 5.2, we do have an update on 5.2. I think I'm going to call on Stephanie to bring that to our attention for discussion possibly.
So mayor, members of the public, and our planning commission staff in the back, within the hour before this meeting, the question was raised as to whether or not adequate notice was given for this hearing. Public information officer, I'm plugged into DIAS 7. You're welcome to share my screen so I can share the ordinance with the commission and the public here. So first thing you're going to see is the agenda. This is the item that's before the council. Well, item 5.2, Livingston's 7th edition, conditional use permit appeal. You'll notice that it's not noticed as a public meeting. So with the land development ordinance that I had just switched to, there's a section here regarding appeals, and it states that appeals of conditional use permits may be filed by any person aggrieved by any officer, department, agency affected by decisions of the Planning Commission. Appeals of conditional use permits shall be submitted to the Planning Division within 10 business days after the decision was made. My understanding is that was fine. but it states that appeals to the city council shall involve sufficient notice per section 9.2-1. So when we move forward to that section, you'll see the notice requirements indicate that the following items here need to be noticed. There needs to be published notice. Planning Division shall ensure that the notice is published in the official newspaper of the city at least once each week for 2 successive weeks predating the date of the first scheduled public hearing. My understanding is that wasn't done. There's written notice requirements, that written notice needs to be provided by mail to all owners of the subject property and all property owners within 300 feet of the subject property. And there's also a website notice, and then there is a waiver of notice that could occur as well. It says the requirement that written notice be mailed to landowners may be waived in whole or in part in respect to proposals only for zoning map amendments and text amendments that are initiated by the city itself. So this particular component here wouldn't apply to the situation. It's a conditional use permit. So that brings us to this constructive notice section. If questions arise at the hearing regarding the adequacy of notice, the body hearing the matter shall make a finding regarding whether there was compliance with the notice requirements of that article. So before proceeding on this particular matter, the body hearing the matter, which would be the city council in this situation, needs to make a finding as to whether or not there was compliance with the notice requirements of this article. Again, as far as I'm aware, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Brian and Doug, the notice of this is not noticed as a public hearing here in the agenda. It was not published in the paper. There was no written notice that was mailed. Is that correct? And there was no website notice that was published here either. So in that regard, I mean, the decision is here before the body as to whether or not it will make a finding as to whether or not there was compliance with the notice requirements of this article. I can stand for any questions if you have any at this time.
Any questions of Steph? Lisa?
Thank you. So, City Attorney, is this the responsibility of city staff to have made all of this occur?
Yes,
Okay. And it did not?
and that did not occur.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions? Rob?
So I guess my question is, like, this has been going on with Planning Commission and everything for well over a year. None of those notices are valid or adequate in regards to what's going on here?
So the adequacy of the notice would relate to the matter that's before the council here. So this wasn't noticed on the agenda as a public hearing, and they didn't send the notice out for this particular date and time to hear this matter. So in other instances, so before the Planning Commission, when this matter was heard there, adequate notice was sent to the paper, it was published to the landowners, it was published on the city website. My understanding is this just didn't occur in this particular instance.
If I may add to that, the difference here over what's been going on last year is that recently this has become an appeal. So the Planning and Zoning Commission took action, city staff approved, and so now this is an appeal process. And so what the city attorney is referring to at this point is how we follow the appeal process, which has happened here within the last few weeks. So it'd be my recommendation that the council direct staff to notify this properly and hopefully bring it back at the October 21st meeting where it should be ready for a conversation as it's properly noticed.
Steph, if we properly notice this, let's say tomorrow, we still have time then for the next meeting.
I would defer that to planning staff. My understanding is planning staff would be the ones that would make the adequate notifications, and I'm not quite sure what their current caseload looks like.
Mayor Ross, members of the council, I am looking over the ordinance, and really what it's going to matter is I'm going to have to count the days to see if we can get the 15-day. It's not the publication in the newspaper. That can be done through the portal, and I know that I can get them published on the newspaper in time. The question is can we meet the 15-day requirement for the mailing and the website noticing in order to get on to the October 21st?
Mike?
So Steph, in your opinion, in the way the law reads, who's being protected? So is it the landowners within 300 feet of the property? Is that the primary people we're
Yes.
protecting?
Yes, they're given notice of these proceedings that are occurring concerning a property that's in close proximity, 300 feet to theirs.
So in this
they would-
case, it's two properties, correct?
Believe so? Is that accurate, Doug?
I'd have to double check the map, but it's not many more than two properties. We're also, with it being publicly published in the newspaper and online, it could include property owners outside of that 300 feet. The properties within 300 feet are the ones that receive a mailing, but the website notification requirement 15 days prior is just a public notice for all members of the community.
I mean, to Doug's point, arguably, all members of the community has an interest in enforcement of the zoning code and granting of conditional use permits and things of that nature, so.
So if I can continue, Mr. Mayor, is an appeal of the planning commission a rare instance?
Mayor Ross, Alderman Blessum, absolutely yes. This is the first time that the current staff has encountered this request, and that is why likely the ball was dropped on sufficiently noticing the appeal and operating under the understanding that it was properly noticed and publicly heard at the Planning Commission, and that it needed to have a public hearing attached to it again for the appeal was where the mistake was made.
Rob?
I guess real quick, while we're talking about this, have we asked Circle K or any of those guys if this is any way going to impact or stop their project if we're going to delay this yet again by 2.5 to 3 weeks or longer?
Mayor Ross, Alderman Fuller, I did speak with the applicant. They are obviously disappointed that the mistake was made and that it wasn't properly heard, but they gave no indication that the project was in jeopardy.
Okay.
Okay, so Steph, do you have a recommended,
So the question is this constructive notice requirement. So the question before the council is whether or not the notice of this hearing was adequate. So the council needs to make a finding as to whether or not there was compliance with the notice requirements of this article. So at this time, a motion would be in order to make such a finding.
I will entertain a motion of such. Mark?
Mr. Mayor, I will move that we find that the notice for this hearing was not done properly and that it needs to be done properly so that we can hear it.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second,
We have a motion by Mark, a second by Lisa. Further discussion?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Lisa.
Just a comment that hopefully this can be accomplished by the October 21st meeting, and if it cannot, because I do feel that, this was something out of the control of those that are the landowners that are appealing this decision, that perhaps you would call a special council meeting to look into that if we can't get it on the October 21st agenda.
I was thinking the same thing, Lisa. Yeah. Mark?
I would agree with that. Thank you.
Okay. And obviously, the second agreed it was her idea, so any further discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Janser,
Yes.
Olson,
Yes.
Pittner,
Yes.
Ross,
Yes.
Samuelson,
Yes.
Blessam,
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes.
Now, that action, that just moves it, right? We've completed that issue. So we're,
Yes,
Okay.
so at this point, city staff will complete the notice requirements, and then we will contact the council to find out their availability for a special city council meeting, and we'll contact the applicant as well.
thank you. Let's moving on to item number 6, consent items. We have 25 items on our consent agenda. I've been asked by council members to pull items 6.17, 6.19, 6.22, and 6.24. Are there any others to be pulled? Seeing none, what are the wishes of the council?
Move approval on remaining items.
We have a motion by Paul. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mike. Discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll or vote.
Actually, do we mind if we try the vote?
Let's try to vote.
Okay.
Don't mess it up, Rob.
Motion passes unanimously.
Moving on to item 6.1.
Mr. Mayor, could I
Yes,
just,
go ahead.
a point of order on that. I like the technology and I think it's a good thing. One of the things that I think we're missing with that is I know I for sure have friends that are maybe in a tractor right now and only able to hear and not able to see. Is there something we can do when it's not unanimous? I think that's fine to say unanimous, but to have the votes read when they're not. And it sounds like Steph maybe has a.
So my recommendation in that instance, so I think how Michaela handled it, just that it was a unanimous decision in this instance is fine. But I think in the future, should there be dissents, one way to handle it would be that the motion passed and then to state the vote. So if it's 3, 2, 4, whatever, and then just list the council members that dissented.
Is that
I will
for your
definitely.
question?
That's fine,
Okay.
yep.
So, moving on to item 6.17, 16th Street Southwest Reconstruction Engineering Contract Amendment 2. That was asked to be pulled by Rob. Rob?
Thank you,
Well,
Mr.
let's
Mayor.
get a motion on the floor, then we'll move to discussion.
Okay.
What are the wishes of the council?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Yeah.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion. Rob?
Yes, thank you. I pulled this, I guess, because I just have some questions, and I don't know if it's Lance or who we would need to ask. But about a month ago, we approved the replatting of this land around Spartan Finch building over there for the purchase, potential purchase of the land by the city to do these retention ponds. Now we're asking in this thing, in this motion or this request, to award more money to the engineers to look at this, to make sure the ponds are exactly what we need. I guess my question is, we haven't approved this at all? I mean, as far as going forward, right? This project, hasn't come before city council to make sure that we're gonna do this project with the retention ponds versus without the retention ponds. So why are we putting money at it, is my question.
Mr. Mayor and Alderman Fuller, that option was selected back in May to construct the project with the option for the two-tier detention ponds. So that design has been going forward here over the months.
Okay.
Now, recently, what developed was how do we make that land transfer happen? So in a normal situation, when we do transportation projects, a lot of times what we'll do is we'll do what's called a right-of-way plat. So it's a fairly simple process. We'll drop a description of the property that we need. A lot of times it's some sort of a strip of right-of-way alongside the existing right-of-way, signed by the surveyor. It comes over to the city, we sign off on it, it gets recorded. But in this instance, because of the way that these existing outlots are platted, they go across the existing 16th Street right-of-way. There's a building in the middle of the lot. When it was platted, it just got too complicated to do a typical right-of-way plat like we had assumed when we scoped the project, 2 years ago. And so when we talked with our planning department and when we talked with CRE, that's the landowner, and when they looked at the project with their land people, they said, well, really the only way that we can do this and make this work with our title insurance and our property stuff that they have to manage is a traditional plat. So that's when we started working with Apex to scope that out and to bring that forward. So that's why that cost is here.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, can I continue? So I guess, Lance, since I wasn't part of city council back in May when this was approved and everything, my question is the 16th Street project dependent on these retention ponds? And what is the purpose of the retention ponds with the 16th Street project? Because in my mind, retention ponds are to hold back water, right, that may be flowing downhill or something like that and would flood what we assume is Burdick and 16th. But in the 51 years that I've been alive, and I haven't been in Minot for all of them, I don't remember 16th and Burdick ever flooding, where you couldn't drive through it for maybe more than half an hour or something. So help me understand that, would you please?
Sure, Mr. Mayor and Alderman Fuller, what's happening here is we're making this system more efficient by capturing more water, and we're detaining it in these detention ponds. And so we have a limited amount of outlet space within the existing infrastructure that the city has. So we basically have two places that we can outlet all the stormwater that we're collecting. One of them is a outlet pipe that goes underneath the railroad tracks, kind of by our water treatment plant. And the other pipe goes into a detention pond by the water treatment plant that it gets pumped out potentially during a flood event. So we're really constrained by these two outlet pipes. So to avoid the extra cost of upsizing all that infrastructure or running parallel pipes or doing other things, what we decided to do was to install these two detention ponds to help collect that water and then meter that water out through this system. So we're able to reduce our pipe sizes downstream and then avoid having to install parallel pipes to maintain out of the system. So we're money ahead in the long term by installing these detention ponds that help us collect that stormwater and then gives us basically like a buffer on a large rain event to meter that water out and then helps protect us in the underpass. Essentially, on a really large rain event, like a 100-year storm, the underpass will likely flood, but we can reduce the amount of time that it's flooded by having these detention ponds available to us.
Okay, so, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't have all the numbers in front of me, I just remember what I've read. So this is, the retention ponds there is about a $30 million project, is that correct? And our share of it is roughly about $7 million, give or take?
No, Mr. Mayor and Alderman Fuller, we're estimating the construction cost of this project to be about, final estimate's about $11 million.
Okay.
We have about 7.6 million in federal funds coming in from our urban roads account, close to 2 million from some other FHWA funds, and we're estimating our city cost share somewhere around $3.8 million.
Okay, so it would cost us more to upsize our pipes that are currently there and everything else than $3.8 million instead of putting in these retention ponds, is that accurate?
If you look at the way that the funding breaks down and the cost share, the DOT will only cost share on certain stormwater elements within a certain distance of 16th Street. And then anything outside of that, they stop the cost share. So if we had to start extending outfall pipes outside of this corridor, that isn't participating funds. So by building these detention ponds within the project footprint, we get more federal funds to help pay for those improvements.
And are there any, I guess as we always call them, hooks to this money from the feds? Like, is there something we have to do to maintain? What's the cost to keep these retention ponds going and stuff like that into the future?
It's just our typical maintenance that we do on every other city detention pond.
Okay. Thank you.
Mike?
Thanks, Lance. So what changed? I guess it sounds like you're talking about we need to sort of upsize the pipes that are already there. Are we undersized today? Do we have new road miles in that area that are forcing more water through that? What changed to upsize these pipes?
Mr. Mayor and Alderman Blessum, what's happening right now is we have a lot of bypass flow in the system, so we're just not collecting all of this water, and it's leaving the system in different places. And we're not capturing all of that water and collecting it to basically a regional pond. And so some of it's going to the underpass, some of it's leaving the system via 11th Avenue. Some of it is being captured and being held, or it's flowing overland behind, over by UND Medical Center. And so we have water that's being, basically, it's leaving the system because it's flooding and kind of going in all these different directions. So what we're doing is we're installing an efficient storm sewer system to capture all that water and then handle it in a more efficient manner by putting it in these ponds. And then we're also designing that system so that as we reconstruct 16th Street eventually and going up the hill, we can capture that water and then route it into these ponds. Right now what happens is, if you look, we have some catch basins that are on the side of the hill. They grab the water and then it just kind of exits out the side of the coulee and it flows down some people's backyards. We don't have an easement for this. It just kind of disappears. We don't really know where it goes. And so eventually, as the city extends that infrastructure up the hill, we'll be able to attach onto those systems, abandon that, and then take that water into this pond. So it's kind of the base, if you will, of a future extension of our storm sewer network up the hill. This drainage system is huge. It's several hundred acres. It's probably one of our largest urban stormwater areas. So trying to capture this and then detain it is pretty important to our overall network.
So, if you can give me an easy answer to what are we designing for in terms of, is it a 100-year event? Is it a 5-year event? We were talking about the north drainage system by Polaris Park and going all the way across the north of the airport. We're in the times that we're in today with all of the strains, whether it's NAS, flood, everything else that's with it. What are we designing for today in your mind? What should our priorities be engineering-wise? I mean, this is an elegant solution. I don't think anybody questions that. I just question it in terms of priority of where we're at today. So can you comment on that?
We have Mr. Mayor and Alderman Blessum, we have a storm sewer design standards manual that's been adopted by the city. We've been using this for probably 2 decades, at least 15 years. Basically for an arterial road, such as 16th Street and then Burdick Expressway, we design our capacities to a 10-year storm event. On a local street that most of us live on, we design those to a 2-year storm event. And that's pretty typical nationwide. So we're not out of the ordinary on any of those design events. Our pond capacity, we design those to the 100-year storm plus 1 foot of freeboard. So that's their capacity. If we got a 100-year storm event, they'd be able to hold that 100-year storm without overtopping and starting to flood a downstream property. So that's pretty typical design events within, for sure, this region and probably most of the U.S.
So maybe one last question for you. So then, would you say, in terms of priority, the sort of why now, it's that we're digging up the street, and we've got federal funds coming, we've got state funds coming. Packaging that together makes the most sense for a why now, because otherwise we would have wanted to look at this a long time ago, right? I mean, 16th Street's been there since I was a little kid. I went with my grandma to bring petitions to get it built. I mean, I remember when that happened, when the culverts or the Quonsets were there. So is that the answer for why now?
Mr. Mayor and Alderman Blessum, yes, that is why now. If you look at why, I mean, we're completely replacing the roadway. We have to replace the drainage. Right? Parts of it are undersized. We've modeled this system. We have a lot of bypass flow happening, like I had mentioned. There's areas in the system that probably the design made sense at the time. There's kind of that flume thing that's happening over on 12th Avenue. We're going to try to make that a little bit more efficient so it just doesn't cascade over the shared use path. We want to collect those drainage events, put them in a pond, make the system more efficient, and if the feds can help us pay half of that, instead of going through our typical process of special assessing half and the development fund paying half, to me that makes a lot of sense.
Mr. Mayor, just my final comments for council. I mean, number one, this was a decision made before my time. I don't feel obligated to try to change anything with a decision made by a council that made sense to them. So my vote will be to move this forward. But I would hope that in the future, we do look at these as priorities and trying to figure out in the world that we live in today, because I understand the idea of using the federal funds, using the state funds. Those are all tied. The inflation we see today is because we're using federal funds everywhere. And so we want to be good stewards of the money top to bottom, no matter the source. And so my hope is that we consider these as we go, as whether we need the Cadillac this time or we've got other priorities that are better for that money right now.
Any further discussion? Thank you, Lance. Go ahead, Harold.
If I can just ask, Lance, you and I probably about 3 years ago met with one of the residential property owners back in this area. Will this project affect any of those concerns that were brought forward then with the drainage ditch in their backyard and how it was continuing to expand in flows and erosion Do you recall that?
I do, Mr. City Manager, and so that issue was solved with another city Minot project. We took care of that with maintenance funds that was designed by Public Works.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? We have a motion and a second on the floor. Seeing none, please call the roll. Or please record your vote.
The motion passed unanimously.
Okay, moving on to the next item pulled from the consent agenda, 16.19, land lease renewal, Laverne Mickelson. Is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move approval.
We have a motion, we have a second. Mike, you asked to have this pulled?
Yeah, so I'd like someone hopefully to give us just a rundown on what this is, why we have this lease in place. This feels just a little to me like when we ran into the domestic violence, or the men's shelter where the city owns a property. This, Jason, it looks like you've come up to do that. Can you give me a rundown on sort of the dynamics of what's going on? And just to kind of preface that, my main concern here is that when we approve this, we're approving 10 years because the contract itself includes the automatic right to renew. And I would actually like to see that removed so that at the very least, we actually renew it rather than it being automatic.
Sure. Mayor Ross, excuse me, Alderman Blessum. So the city of Minot inherited this lease back in, I think it's 2004 when we bought this quarter of land. There was a renter on it, so we assumed that lease. Also during this time, before we had assumed that lease, there was some other cropland around the quarter that the city owns that we were paying crop damages on. So those crop damages ranged over the course of a number of years, anywhere from like $4,000 up to like $30,000. So in 2010, the city approached the landowner and said, look, like the city can't budget for this with these numbers being all over the board. So can we just agree that the number's about, it's 11,000 and some dollars after that. So basically that nets out where we essentially forgive the land rent on the quarter that he's renting from us, and then a $5,000 payment for crop damages. And that was established in 2010, and then we've continued to renew that contract then in 2014 and 2019, and now I'm bringing it for you today. So that's the gist of what it is. Probably one thing to mention is, between, I think you'll see in the old memo that Dan had presented in 2019, there was a reference to a seepage study. So we had completed that in 2022, I believe. The state of North Dakota doesn't have seepage standards for existing lagoons. So they exceed the seepage rate for what would be considered a brand new lagoon. If we compare to, there's some standards out of the state of Nebraska. Our ponds leak less than that standard. So what we discovered in the seepage analysis is that yes, they do seep. To our knowledge, they don't seep excessively. In order to take that a step further and determine whether or not our lagoons are actually causing the damage, then we'd have to get into like some hydrogeology and start trying to track like where water is running underground, and it just gets more and more expensive, and at this point we decided that this is the cheapest alternative that we have in our plates. So
I can continue. So my seepage was the next question. I think you got that. So maybe for the city attorney, so what this says to me then, if we're never going to do the study, if we're never going to worry about any of this stuff, they get free land forever, right? I mean, because this is auto-renewing essentially unless they opt out. And so I guess I'm not ready to sign up for that.
And so this, I believe, Mayor and Alderman Blessum, correct me if I'm wrong, Jason, this is their initial offer to the city. So if the city wants to offer a counter offer, perhaps as you mentioned, like an initial term of the lease with an option to renew, that would be at the option of the city. you could offer counter terms to this as well.
Yeah, and if I can continue, one, I guess the other question I would have is at some point, should we be bidding it? Should we be asking if there's another landowner? Because, and Jason, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're actually talking about two separate pieces of land. The seepage is not occurring on the piece of land that we control, correct?
That is correct.
So we're renting one piece of land that is free from seepage, as far as I can tell, but we're paying seepage damages through the contract for one piece of land that really has nothing to do with us. I mean, it's the way it is. And we're foregoing rent because it happens to be the same renter in this case, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
And that's an option that the city council can consider.
Okay, I mean, my first thought on this is, at the very least, we need to remove the 5-year perpetual thing. I mean, am I reading that right, Steph? As far as I can tell, they have the only option in all this. If they say they want it for another 5 years, it's essentially a done deal.
Yes, they just have to give notice to the city that they intend to renew for the next 5 years.
Right, and so essentially tonight, a yes vote right now in one of our consent items obligates the city for 10 years.
That's correct.
Okay, so I guess, I don't know if an amendment's in order or what the process would be, Steph.
Yes, so right now the motion is to approve as presented. If you want to amend that to remove the option to new, that could be an amendment to your original motion.
Yeah, that is my motion, then, that we remove the automatic renewal option of 5 years.
I'll
So
second that.
we have an amendment, and who was it, Mark?
I'll second it, yeah.
Mark seconded any further discussion on the amendment? Go ahead.
Just a couple of things. How long are these prices held? Have they been upped or adjusted since 2010?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. City Manager, so the numbers that are in the current contract for renewal are the same numbers that were negotiated back in 2010.
So the point I'll make here is, well, I understand Alderman Blessum's point. These numbers have been relatively conservative, and we run the risk of this escalating and becoming even more. And you have the opportunity to lock this price in for a good chunk of time, versus if you take the course of action that you're talking about now, this could become more expensive for the city. And the other point I wanted to make here was the comment about this being forever. At some point, in my experience in dealing with these types of systems in previous states and communities, the EPA does not like lagoon treatment systems. So at some point, the city of Minot is going to be forced to transition away from a lagoon system, which would then remove the seepage problem. But the community is going to be on the hook for millions of dollars in building a wastewater treatment facility that EPA now requires. And to be honest with you, I'm surprised that the city of Minot has gotten this far, this long, without being required to do that by the EPA. So this will not be in perpetuity. At some point, the city is going to have to change its wastewater treatment approach, which would then remedy this issue down the road. But I agree with Mr. Sorensen that right now, this alternative on the table is pretty cheap and reasonable for the city going forward.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
So I guess my comment would be, the two parts of this that we've got going on, we're foregoing rent, first of all, and we are doing an offset then for damage to the crops. I imagine in some years the crop damage might have been 11,000. Sometimes it might be 3, might be 2. I guess I don't know that we've got a producer on the dais here, but we are, in my opinion, likely giving up much more in foregoing rent than the crop prices are changing for producers right now. And so if we're worried about being locked into something that is a vestige of the past, I think we're likely giving up more than we're gaining. Would you agree? I mean, if we haven't moved land rents are not in the 40s, I don't believe. We should be looking at something like 65, would be my guess.
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Blessum, so out at the landfill, we have a couple hundred acres of land that we cash rent until we occupy that with landfill space. I put that out for bid a couple years ago and have a bid price of $75 an acre. So yeah, definitely higher than the 45 or 50 that we, agreed to. I would also, I don't know where producer numbers are. I would suspect that whatever was negotiated in 2010 from a producer side is much higher today. So I don't know if we go through this exercise and in the end, we come up with the exact same numbers, but it's a higher land rent and a higher damage number, and it still nets out to $5,000. I don't know the answer to that.
Yes.
If I may, just real quickly, again, referring to the letter from 2010, which was provided by the city attorney at that time, the key piece that I want to highlight here, and I don't know which paragraph I'm in, but it says, this agreement would further provide that Mr. Mickelson will submit no future claims for damages to the city. So in essence, yes, we're forgetting that potential revenue, but we're also guaranteeing that there's no future litigation against the city with regards to potential damages. And so this is kind of a two-sided agreement where, yes, we're providing land here and compensating for damages, but we're also locking that in and guaranteeing that we have no further litigation, which comes with its own cost as well.
Mr. Mayor.
Let's go with Mark first.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I remember this very well from 2010 or before 2010, 2008, 2009. And yeah, the issue is exactly what Harold stated. We would, we had this rental agreement, and then the producer would come with, 1 year it would be $30,000, and the next year it would be some other number. And, the way it was set up, we were on the hook to pay whatever those alleged damages were. And so this agreement that's been in operation did put a cap on those damages, and everybody's been able to get along fairly well under that agreement, so.
Mike?
Yeah, so maybe for Harold, or for Jason, what is the future use of this land? What's the point of having it?
Mayor Ross, Alderman Blessam, I don't completely know why it was purchased back in 2004, but it's a quarter section of land directly north of our current constructed wetlands. So that's when we did our facility study back in 2012. That's where we mocked up where a treatment plant would go. So that'd be a very advantageous location for a wastewater treatment plant someday.
If I can continue, so Harold, what you're talking about, if the EPA does come in and say, look, you're done, is this the most logical place to do that? Does it meet the needs that we would have for it?
It likely would, because all of our wastewater system drains to these lagoons. So if you were to locate your wastewater treatment plant anywhere else, you would have to work on gravity flow and pump stations and pipes and everything to get it to wherever that location is, whereas all that system drains to this location now. So I would agree with Mr. Sorensen that that would probably be the highest priority location, and you already own the land, so you should have the ability to transition to that at some point in the future when that's needed.
Yeah. So just my last comment on it then, I think it's unlikely, kind of to the discussion a moment ago, it's unlikely that the person who is cash renting the land today thought they were getting a rough deal with this, or still thinks that they are because they're letting this continue. I think it's likely that they are benefiting from what they're getting right now. So I think right now with the motion we have on the floor, which is the amendment, to me, it's a no-brainer to at least limit it. We've got another shot to really look at it in 5 years. And then from there, we can, who knows what the EPA is doing, who knows what we've got going on at that point. So I think the case for the amendment is pretty solid right now. And then the case overall, it's an interesting one. There's a lot going on here. And sadly, these are the things then that come up once every 5 years. And that's the only decision point. So that gets a little scary to me. But I guess I would advocate for the amendment.
So Jason, we're like Steph said, we're just kind of starting negotiations.
Mayor Ross, yeah, this is basically what I took what we approved in 2019, changed the dates and brought it forward. And, the landowners were okay with that. They've signed off on it. So if we make a proposal back to them, then, they would of course have to review it and then sign it and bring it back, probably come back through here, Steph, or?
Yes, so
Okay.
what we could do is we could just strike those portions from the the signed amendment that's here, but they would have to initial next to the stricken portion indicating that they've reviewed and they agreed to it. Or we could draft a clean document as well and present it to for council's consideration if they're agreeable to it.
Okay. Okay. So we have an amendment and a second on the floor. The amendment is,
The amendment to the original motion is to remove the automatic renewal portion of the lease.
so we have an amendment and a second on the floor. Please record your vote.
The motion passes 6-1 with the dissent, Alderwoman Olson.
Now we, moving on to the original motion as amended. Is there any further discussion? Mark?
Just thinking a little bit about what we just did, do we want to insert something that would give either party the ability to opt out of the agreement at some point? With certain notice, for instance, 6 months or whatever, that would, just a thought.
And I think that's
Rob?
a great question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's a great question, because if the EPA comes in and we're tied into this, how do we get out of it? So I think we have to have some kind of opt-out clause in there in the event that we're told we got to start changing.
Mr. Mayor, if I remember right, and Steph, I'm trying to do it live like you are maybe, I thought there was a termination clause.
There is a termination clause, and so it states that if the tenant, their heirs, personal representatives, assigns, if they fail to make the rental payments provided herein or fail any of the covenants, then it shall be unlawful for the landlord's heirs to re-enter and take full and complete possession of the premises without such re-entry working as a forfeiture to the rents to be paid. So the termination really speaks more so to failure to make rental payments. But we could counter with adding that language too, that should this be unlawful.
Do you want to put that in the form of an amendment, Mark?
Yes, I will make a motion that we add a terminology or clause that gives either party the option to terminate the agreement with 6 months' notice.
We have an amendment. Is there a second?
Second.
We have an amendment and a second. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor, just one quick thing, and Mark, I'll pose it to you, but all the others. Is there any magic to a year in the cash rent world? I don't know that. I'm not a producer. I tend to think of it as seasons, and so I don't know if that might be more appropriate. I don't know.
Mr. Mayor, maybe if you want to be more conservative, it would be at least a year's notice as opposed to 6 months, because that gives you the opportunity to let them know that they don't need to plant crops that next year, and they don't have money invested in doing that before the lease is terminated. So that I would offer that as a consideration for the council.
Is there any objection from the motion maker?
No, I'd go for that.
How about the second? You're good with that? Okay, seeing no objection, we've extended that to 1 year, from 6 months to 1 year. So we have an amendment on the floor for 1 year. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, please record your vote.
Motion passed unanimously.
So moving on to the motion as amended, is there any further discussion? Paul?
I just want to be clear and maybe give some reason behind my vote. I think I'm going to vote no on this because I actually like Alderman Blessum's idea of probably putting this out to bid. We haven't explored that option, and since long before most of us were here, I think that's the highest and best use of the property for taxpayers. So I'll be voting no.
Any further discussion? Mark?
Just as I remember, one of the reasons that this worked was because of the renter has land adjacent and is in that area with his equipment farming anyway. And if you try to get somebody else, they're gonna have to, mobilize and move in there for not a very large piece of cropland. So I think that was the logic back in the day.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, please record your vote.
The motion failed with the dissents of Blessam, Pittner, Ross, and Samuelson.
Okay, moving on to item 6.22 on the consent agenda, the fire engine purchase.
Mayor, before
Oh,
we
go
move
ahead.
from that item, is there any further direction that the council would like to give city staff on how to proceed with this particular matter?
Good point.
I would make the direction to bring forth a bid package for council review on this property.
Without objection?
Or are we voting on this? Or?
Providing direction.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I think the concern here is then to quantify the damages on the other land is going to be the challenge here. So putting the land out to bid, we have a pretty good idea what the value of that is going to be. And then we'll have to enter negotiations for the damages on the remainder of the land, just so that that's clear that that's also a component to this item.
Does that change? Okay. Does that provide enough direction for staff? Okay. 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 Moving on to item 6.22, the fire engine purchase. Is there a motion?
Move approval.
We have a motion by Scott. Is there a second? Second by Rob. Scott, you asked to have this pulled.
So I have asked to have it pulled because I wanted to recognize and say thank you to our fire chief and the staff for going out and getting what I believe is the best buck for our taxpayers on finding 2 used fire trucks for the price of 1. So we should always be ready for our fire crews to protect our city. It's a wise use of taxpayer dollars and savings to the taxpayers. So great job to the Minot Fire Department.
Any further discussion? We have a motion and a second on the floor. Seeing none, please record your vote.
The motion passed unanimously.
Moving on to consent item 6.24, bid award for demolition for 2024-2 and budget amendment. Is there a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Mike, you asked to have this pulled.
Yeah, the main thing for me, I believe this is likely where we're at in the process, but I didn't want us to be demolishing properties without a discussion on council. I think we want to pull that out of the consent agenda to have that discussion. I remember one of our conditions for moving all the way to this point was that we would, we would give the property owner some time if it met the timeline to make appropriate changes, or at least be moving in that direction. And Harold or someone, can we verify that we're not seeing that, and that we haven't seen what we need to out of that, or maybe from Luke?
Mr. Mayor, I believe the property owner is here this evening. He can answer that question.
Hello. Thanks for your time today. We've had some progress. We've had some losses, for sure. As planned, we worked as hard as we could. The first house, let's say 112 8th Avenue. We were almost done with it. And then an arson on video goes in the home. Was in there for about a half hour. Starts it on fire. A little small fire in the living room. Started a sulfon fire. The firemen in this town are awesome. They got it out. The fire affected the living room, the dining room, and the entryway. The laminate has to be taken out. The sheetrock did its job. The windows are destroyed. But other than that, the second floor is okay. Basement was unchanged. We were almost done.
Mr. Mayor, could I, if I may, Mr. Kolbakken, so what you're talking about, did that occur since we approved moving forward with demolition? So you got it rebuilt all the way to the point where someone was living in it, is that correct?
They could have on the main, or in the upstairs, I would say. That was pretty much done.
Did the fire that you're referring to occur in the last 5 weeks or whatever it's been?
Yes, yeah. They burnt a sofa in the living room on the main floor. So it affected that room essentially, and then the entryway and the dining room. But there's some smoke, smell and damage in other areas, nothing really structural that I could tell. Today I met with Luke, the building inspector for the city, and then Lisa from the 1st District Health Unit. We took videos and inspected it, and I was quite surprised. I thought it would have been, a total loss, really. But the firemen, they were on it. They put it out pretty quick. So, I guess I have a plan of action. I shared it with Luke and Lisa. If it's okay, I'd like to share it with you. I don't have quite enough copies, but if that's okay.
Mr. Mayor, could we hear from Luke
Yeah,
on what
Luke.
he saw?
Can you step up? Okay.
Evening, Mayor, Council. I was in both of these buildings today. The one sustained fire damage about a week or two ago. It was after council decided to move forward with these two properties. I had Jennifer put the proposed plan from Mr. Kolbakken up on the screen there for you guys to evaluate. I did not notice any compromised structural members due to the fire in this 112 8th Avenue southeast or northwest building. There is quite a bit of smoke damage to the main floor. It didn't. The door going upstairs was closed, so the fire did not spread to the upstairs like it looks like from the outside. Most of that fire came through the window. The windows are broken, so it did start the siding on fire and part of the roof. I was not able to get up to the roof to evaluate the roof to check to see if there's any structural damage to the roof. But the rest of the building appeared to be the same way it was when I was in there in June. They did clean up quite a bit of the mess. There was piles of garbage bags. The garbage was now in bags. They're working on getting that stuff out of there. So this is kind of a tragic occurrence for this building. The 101 8th Avenue Southeast, however, had not been touched at all. We went into that one about 2 hours ago or so, and that one hadn't changed at all. So that's kind of where we're at with these two.
Mike?
So, and I guess, I don't know if this is for staff or, so I guess my question would be, is it our determination whether progress was sufficient? Is it, I mean, I'm having a hard time believing that it was. If the trash was still there, it's just in bags. I don't know that that's exactly what we were looking for. But does this fire reset the clock? That's really my main worry. Is that there's a different circumstance there today than there was when we made our first determination.
And I guess I'd have to defer to our building officials' assessment on that. If you feel as though enough progress was made pre-fire to reset the clock for any type of dangerous building consideration. I don't know if they reached the point to where it was no longer a dangerous building at the point of the fire or not.
See, the determination of that was made by First District Health Unit, so I wouldn't be able to speak to that part of it. Structurally, these buildings seem to be structurally sound.
Okay, so this is primarily a health district determination that these are dangerous buildings.
That's correct.
Are there any representatives here from First District Health Unit that could speak as to the condition of the buildings?
Mayor, Mike. Hi, I'm Lisa with First District Health Unit, representing environmental health. We did the assessment initially. We wrote some nuisance letters on this property, and it got to this point. I did meet prior to the fire. I was in the property with coworker, I guess, of McLean, and there was some progress made. There was a plan to make more progress when we left that day, and then the fire happened. At that point, we weren't quite there yet if there was enough progress, but there was still time on the clock, so it was hard to determine at that time.
Okay, so before the fire happened, it never reached a point at which First District Health Unit thinks that it was not a health hazard?
Not at that point, no.
Okay.
Mark?
I don't know if this is a question for Luke or for you. So this was the place broken into and somebody lit a fire? I mean, how do you know?
I can't speak to
Do
that.
you know what happened there? Luke, are these buildings secured?
Mayor Ross, Alderman Janzer, the buildings were boarded up by our abatement contractor several months ago. We had allowed them to remove the front door of this one in order to gain access to clean them. The front, I saw the video from the fire department. It looked like the front piece of plywood had just been propped up against the door and not resecured to the frame. But it was definitely there to deter people, but it did not. Unfortunately, an individual entered the building and started the fire.
Okay, so let me just try to make sure I understand. So a leaning piece of plywood was the deterrence to entry to the building?
Correct.
Mike?
So Luke, so maybe this is a different question. When fire goes in and does their work like they did in this case, sounds like very well they did it. What happens to that structure at that time? Do we have a new reason to block access to the structure that's related to the fire now? That's even a different question that we've got on the table. And I guess my main question is, would Mr. Kolobakin or any help even be able to get in there since the fire?
Mayor Ross, Alderman Blessum, they are able to gain access by contacting Central Dispatch and notifying them that they're going to be there. But after the fire occurred, the fire department did resecure the unsecured openings. So they still would have needed a tool to get into the building. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
And
Paul?
Just maybe for Mr. Holbacken, did you say you had them on camera starting this fire? Is that where is that at? Is that with police? Is there an investigation into arson? I mean, can you give an update on that?
I believe it's an ongoing investigation.
Was there water damage? Do we know of? or how much? I mean, if the fire was, if they were involved.
Mayor Ross, it's difficult to tell now that all the water is dry. There definitely was some water damage to the flooring, but that's superficial, can be removed. Underneath that flooring, I'm unsure.
Steph?
Mr. Chelema, so is it your opinion and the opinion of First District Health Unit? I mean, I'll let you speak to the city, but the same question stands true for Ms. Otto Westman. Is it still your opinion that the only remedy here is that it has to be demolished? Could it be rehabilitated in any way? To an undangerous condition? Or is it that it would be the cheapest option to demolish the property?
I wouldn't even know if that's true, because of what we can't see behind the walls, in some certain areas in the basement. That's a difficult determination to make for a building official. I'm not a health professional. Like I said, structurally, I wouldn't tear these buildings down for structural deficiencies.
Okay, so if I can continue, when the bids were issued, was it just to demolish the property, or did you offer the alternative to repair the property to a condition that's not dangerous?
It was only to demolish the buildings because that was the specific order from First District Health. I think we had run into some pretty significant challenges trying to get bids to clean it up. We'd have to go there, meet these contractors there so they could get a look at it, figure out what kind of work it takes. And with remediation like this, you really don't know what you're getting into until you start tearing it apart. So I don't know that we could really get an accurate number there for that type of work.
Mr. Mayor, if I could on that specifically, I mean, I guess my opinion would be someone like, whether it's Clean Tech or Service Master or whoever it is, this is what they do. I mean, if I had no clue that was even an option when we were talking about this. I thought the option on the table was to demolish the buildings because First District said we had to. If we could put out a bid for a cleaning crew to come in and get it habitable, I didn't even have an idea that was an option.
And Mayor, if I'm recalling correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, anyone, I don't believe First District Health was present at the meeting where these bids were ordered, right?
There
Or
was.
maybe Ms. Breckus was here?
Yes, she was here,
Okay.
but she did not have knowledge of the specifics of the situation.
Okay.
Mark?
So, following that train of thought, so are you, city attorney, are you suggesting that it would be an option to get somebody hired to do the necessary work and then assess it against the property? Or
Potentially, it depends on if that's the opinion of First District Health Unit. So if I'm remembering right, that was our original train of thought when we first asked about this at the previous meeting, and Ms. Breckus did not have the knowledge to tell us why an order for demolition was issued as opposed to an order for remediation. The options are both there, and I think Ms. Otto Westman might be able to address those now.
Ma'am Ross, Alderman, so these decisions aren't done lightly, right? They take a long time to come to these decisions. And I believe there was a long history on this property.
On the 3 properties, correct?
On the 3 properties,
Okay.
yes. The one is joined together, and then it's a duplex. And then the single property here that had the fire. We had issued, notices to the owner to fix the property. Nothing had been done. And that was always, to demolish or fix or whatever they wanted to do. And we had never gotten a response. And I believe the city also has a history of abatements with this property. So, it was come to the decision that we've reached this point, and just to demolish the property. And it was through various conversations, but I'm not in a in the business of taking away anybody's home. I mean, rehabilitation is always an option. It had sat so long, and there was issues of filth and disease, potential disease causing that, it should be abated in some way, some form or fashion. Rehabilitation is always an option. I believe it still is the owner's property. He does have a plan here, so we would abide by the decision of the council.
So I think I'm just looking at the demo order from the August 19th. Does that sound right? For the last time we had Mr. Kolobakin and his properties before the council?
Yes.
Okay, so those, just looking at the order that came from First District Health Unit, it was to direct the city of Minot to perform the following actions. So the one I have up is 101 and 103, demolish all structures, remove the debris, fill in any basements. So is it now the opinion of First District Health Unit, like in light of that order being issued from First District, is it an option that it could be remediated instead? And does First District Health Unit want to amend the order to accommodate that? Because it looks, if I'm looking at the correct order, July 24th, 2024, addressed to the city of Minot, attention Luke Tillema. This is re 101. The order was to demolish the property.
Yes. Mayor Ross, city attorney. So just normal practice. City doesn't generally fix a property. So when we go through, we always give the option to the homeowner to remediate the property or to demolish in circumstances like this. But once it passes that and we order to the city, it's generally a demolition order. There's nothing to say that we can change that. It's just that's the way it's usually done because cities don't rehab properties generally.
Any further questions?
If there was a,
Rob.
I'm so sorry.
Well, I guess my question, kind of more for Mr. Kolobakin, if we're going to start this process now after however long of letting him remediate it or whatever, does he have the financial means to do so? And does he have insurance? Because as Lisa was saying, I don't think we as a city want to get into the job of rehabbing homes for people instead of tearing them down, if they become a public health hazard or a nuisance or something like that. So I guess my question is for Mr. Kolobakin.
If I can add just another question for Mr. Kolobakin. Mr. Kolobakin, just doing public records searches, it seems that the taxes on the properties are delinquent. So if we assess the cost of this project to the taxes, are we looking to recoup that? Do you have the financial means to pay those taxes to bring them current, or are they just going to end up on the county's lap? Anyway.
I pay my bills. I'm financially not doing so well now. I will make it up to the city. I'll pay it. I'll make it right. Always been my goal. I made a lot of changes. I've had a lot of situational bad luck. And it takes a while to turn a barge sometimes, I think homelessness is a problem in every city, including Minot. It's hard to keep homeless people off your property when they start coming in and there's only one of me. You got 11 apartments, and it's tough. That's not an excuse, but it's a good part of it. You wouldn't believe how many pickup loads of garbage can just show up from somewhere else. And now I'm a victim of that crime, but I'll make it right, I guess. As far as the fires go, the living room was affected and the dining room and the entryway, smoke damage and laminate and that sofa that burnt up. But we were almost done. The reason why the other one wasn't touched is because to entirety we wanted to have that done, off the checklist for sale or rentable, habitable, Didn't want to divide our resources between two, and try to do two at once, just do one to entirety. I would go by any direction if you wanted to have them both done at the same time, I could meet that need. But I know for efficiency's sake, it's typically better to do just one job site to entirety, beginning to end, and then start the other. Because there was no one living in it, of course, we didn't do the other one, so.
Rob?
Sorry, I didn't get an answer to the question. Obviously, it sounds like you're financially strapped right now. Do you have insurance on these properties?
I don't.
You do not. So you don't have, there's nothing that will help rehab these as far as financially that you can see going forward?
Well, I do have some avenues. I have some, things for sale that I've got that are, very valuable. And then, I've got like my retirement and stuff. I mean, if I needed to do that, I could. And then there's also some other avenues that I could pursue, but I kind of wanted to make sure that, common sense prevailed and, that I got a chance to be heard. The houses aren't all that bad. One 20 cubic yard dumpster per site would take out all of the laminate floor, that sofa, the garbage bags, the other stuff, whatever's left over in them, to sanitize and clean the place from, like smoke, smell, and damage, it isn't out of the scope or realm of something that I couldn't do, I'm a working guy. That's what I do.
Okay. Thank you.
Mike?
Mr. Kolbakken, so number one, the 8th Avenue Southeast property, which is the duplex, right, or 101 and 103, town, whatever you want to say, right, that's that one. That's the one that hasn't been touched, correct?
Correct, yep.
Okay.
101.
So, I mean, when we were here before and we were talking through this, I mean, to me, the way that we went about that, we had to see progress. I mean, the order here covers both. That's the way the bids that went out. I guess I'm not seeing a great path with that one. I mean, we had to see progress. At least the other one, there was some work done. I guess what I'm looking for maybe is for you to agree with us that we don't have any other recourse here. I don't know that there's a path forward there because no work has been done.
Correct. The building is not occupied. It was well secured today when all of us went there. In my opinion, it doesn't really have a health issue or threat to anyone else around it, as far as I could tell. It was to be done after this one was done, We could have, done something over there, I guess, but we wanted to focus on the one, and that's what we did.
No, and I appreciate that. I guess the other question then is, I think we're roughly 6 weeks from when we met and you were before us. Again, I'm not doubting at all your I guess drive to get this done. I mean, it's your property. You want to get it done, but man, we were at the finish line then. We essentially you had First District saying tear it down, and the process was all the way at the end has been described to you. And we needed to see that really done quickly. And I realize you were close to the end of this one, but I think at this point, because I've been in property management, I know what a fire does inside of a property. That's not a simple fix. I mean, you've got an awful lot of work to do, and I understand you were close in your mind, but you've got a lot to do now to get that done. And kind of to Alderman Fuller's point, there's no funds to do what actually needs to be done. This isn't, me and a couple of my friends go and we tear some drywall out. You need a remediation expert. You need clean tech. You need service master. You need somebody who does this for a living to get that habitable again. And I'm just being honest here. I'm not seeing that from you guys right now. I'm sorry. It's not a great answer for you, but we really needed to see progress, and we're maybe even worse than we were at that point.
Excuse me, I just wanted to say something. I guess there's something going on in the city right now where some of the police officers advocate they're away or got suspended or something like that. So the people on this case, when I'd be at the house cleaning, the police presence got very heavy to the point the second time they drew their weapons on me, and I was put on the curb. Even though several phone calls were made, I was told I could not be there. So it stopped. That night, my brother was supposed to come and move the garbage, the waste. We had plans to get the waste out of there, and then he was going to do it the following day. We had to talk to Central Dispatch. That took a while. Then we also had to wait and get a call back from the supervisor. I had called, I think I have the date that I called to and left a message with Luke, but he was out of town that weekend. So all this time we would have been working. Even though I cleared everything with the police, he said he could arrest me on site. All he did was say I couldn't be there. He cleared it that I could leave and not get arrested that day, but according to him, I wasn't supposed to be there cleaning. It was a big mess.
So when was this? When did this occur?
The first time was on the 6th. The 6th.
The 6th of October?
September.
Okay.
And so I actually had a warrant I didn't know about, so I ended up going to jail for 3 days. I got out and I went back to work on Monday. Tuesday I had a meeting with Luke and them. The police showed up afterwards with the weapons. They put me on the curb. I told them, the last police officer told me if I brought a letter in stating that I could be there and everything. So, that's what I had to do. So I showed them the letter. They said that wasn't good enough. They said they could arrest me right then unless, they talked to Luke. Luke said I had permission to be there. They said, we won't arrest you right now, but all these things around here says nobody has permission to be here right now. And so I left. And until we could work something out with the supervisor, which we did, but it took quite some time, And so the work that I had planned on having done went on a standstill because of all the situations. As a matter of fact, that's when the door got taken down. When Luke came to inspect the place, he'd taken that door down, and I was going to come back that night and put a lock on the door, but I was worried because, I had to get everything cleared with the police to even be there. And as far as you ask how he's going to get the finances together to do this job, I think I mentioned before, he has almost everything he needs. He's got lots of windows, doors,
Everything.
drywall, you name it.
It's weird. In the end.
Really, all that was left at that, we couldn't do two places at once. And I also mentioned to you guys that he had terrible medical problems. He's actually been doing a lot better, so instead of...
Doing great.
So we'll be hitting it pretty hard, and he's kind of got this laid out, if it's all right with Luke and Lisa, because, we'd be checking in with them weekly to where they'd be happy. And we could also come back here to the next city council meeting and share with you guys.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, you guys, I think what we're missing in all this is that was supposed to have been what happened up until now. That again, I guess I would make, this is me speaking right now. I'm looking for every way not to tear these down. Believe me, I am. That's why I'm asking all this.
I'm just saying
trying to
everything
find a
was done
spot here.
except for moving that garbage. I couldn't come back there because I was told not to be there by the police.
And-
Unfortunately.
But wasn't that in the beginning of September? That's my question. That was over a month ago now.
Yeah, it took me a while till we could figure out what to do. We said how to make it so we could be there without getting in trouble.
So Luke, can you add anything to that? I mean, is that
And then the
timeline
fire
make sense? And I don't know if we have a police, is there a police report? How would they be locked out from what we directed they would have access to?
Mayor Blessum and, Alderman Blessum and Mayor Ross. So the matter that's before the council here today is to award the bid. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to proceed with a demolition immediately. Am I correct, Luke? Tell me if I'm wrong. This is to award the bid, and so they won't proceed with demolition until the city gives its authorization to move forward with demolition. So what's before the council here today is to award the bid for demolition of these properties. So when you look at the bid tab, it looks like they've accepted 3 different bids, and Mr. Kolobakin can speak as to who he wants the city to award this demolition bid to, but they won't move forward with demolition until they're authorized by city staff to move forward with removing those properties. And so if there's a further examination that can happen in between here and there, we can try to do that to accommodate that. But at the same time, the direction from 1st District Health Unit is to demolish the property. So under 233509, which speaks to health districts' authority to abate nuisances and sources of filth and sickness, It states that if the owner or occupant fails to comply with the notice to remove or abate, or if the nuisance, source of filth, cause of sickness exists on the property of non-resident owners or on property of the owners which cannot be found, the Board of Health may remove or destroy the nuisance, source of filth, or cause of sickness at the expense of the appropriate city or county, which shall charge that expense against the lot, piece, or parcel of land on which the work is getting done. So, as Ms. Otto Westman indicated, they haven't seen enough progress, and I don't want to put words into your mouth, but that's what I've gathered, is that you haven't seen sufficient progress on these 3 properties to warrant removing the order that First District Health Unit has placed against the property and has submitted to the city. Does that sound accurate? Okay. So what's before the city right now is this order from the Board of Health. They've indicated that this property should be destroyed based upon what they've seen. Ms. Otto Westman has indicated she hasn't seen enough progress to render it, to require First District Health Unit to remove that particular order. And so now the matter that's before the council is to award the bid to one of these 3 companies. If something happens within the next couple of weeks, if something magically turns around and it appears as though the properties could be salvaged, I mean, that's something that Mr. Kolbakken, you can always bring to Mr. Tillema and to Otto Westman, but in between our last meeting where this was held, which was, looks like the letter went out from Lisa Otto Westman on July 22nd, 2024 in regard to the 112 property. And in regard to 103, 108, July 24th, 2024 is when that went to the city of Minot ordering demolition. And that meeting that they were considered at was August 19th of 2024. So since August 19th, 2024, and in this present day, it's the opinion of the building official and First District Health Unit that they haven't seen adequate progress to render them of the opinion that they would remove this particular order. So that order, as it stands before the council, is still here. And so we've gone out, we've solicited bids, and what's before the council is this bid tab with the 3 bids that were submitted from different contractors to demolish the property, right? Luke, there's no consideration to rehabilitate these properties. So, and as Ms. Otto Westman has indicated, that sounds like it's an option that First District Health Unit would entertain. Does that sound accurate? Okay. So one option before the council would be to direct the building official to re-advertise the bids to take into consideration remediation of this property. So that's a potential option here as well. But as it stood at the last meeting, the order from First District Health Unit was they wanted the properties demolished. But as it currently stands today, correct, remediation is something that First District Health Unit thinks is a possibility. You would consider it? Okay. I mean, my guess is that it's probably going to be more expensive to repair these properties back to a condition where they're not considered dangerous.
I don't agree.
But it's something the city could potentially put out to advertise if that's something that the council has the appetite for.
I'd like to say, sorry if I'm butting in there. I'd like to say we were doing our jobs, just like you wanted, you know. So did the police, you know. They did their job. You know, there's a little miscommunication there. Unfortunate things happen in construction and life, you know. Even doing your job, you can be the bad guy or whatever. But we're not, and neither were the policemen. We were just doing our job.
So, Mr. Kolbakken,
As
what
directed.
relief are you asking from the council right now? Again, what they're considering are these 3 bids, and they're to demolish the property.
I just want common sense to prevail. I was there with Luke today and Lisa. One 20-yard dumpster for both places, about half of it would be kind of mixed residential, clothing, garbage, stuff like that. The other stuff would be, you know, kind of building stuff, broken whatever, windows, sheetrock or something. One 20-yard dumpster at each place would take care of all of the extra debris that is around, you know.
But you've had since August 19th to get a 20-yard dumpster at both locations, and you haven't done so?
Well, we have pursued that. The city has a policy that you have to have a running water meter at the place to get that dumpster from them, you know. There's also other ones that, you know, that I could have pursued, but it isn't as affordable also as that one. But
My brother was set out to do it that day, and we were told not to be on the property. That's why the first property we were working on, all that was left was to haul all the garbage. I cleaned, and then she wanted me to clean the vents and a couple other things. But it was fully done, except for hauling the garbage and then cleaning the vents and
it was a
a couple
sheetrock
other
hole.
things.
Remember that hole?
And then it was shortly after that that the fire occurred.
Rob?
I just want to understand, Steph, when you were talking about the remediation, are you referring to remediation of both properties, like First District Health Unit had talked about a year or so ago, or are you talking about remediation of the fire damage? Because I guess my question is, if we're going to talk about the remediation of the fire damage and we're going to hire Clean Tech or ServPro or any of those, that's going to cost thousands and thousands of dollars, and who is going to pay for that?
Yes, and so that's what I would defer to First District Health Unit, is there two orders that were sent from the city were for demolition. And it was because they were found to be a hazard to health, in First District's opinion. So the recommendation and order was for demolition. So, and it likely would be the most cost-effective means of handling these two particular properties. Could they be rehabilitated? That's something that I mean, I'm an attorney, I don't have any knowledge of what it would take to bring these houses back to a habitable manner, to where they wouldn't be considered dangerous under the building code or dangerous underneath First District's health code. Like, I mean, it's something we could procure bids to see if that's even a possibility.
Well, and that's what I'm wondering. Are we going to, you know, if we're going to talk remediation, are we going to force to hire somebody? And again, who's paying for that? And if we aren't going to force to hire somebody and we're going to allow Mr. Kolobakin to do the remediation himself, we're getting into the months where that's going to get tougher and tougher and tougher with the weather coming up. So I mean, we have to have I think a little better game plan. If we're talking remediation, I don't think we have 30 to 60 to 90 days to get it done. I think you have to have somebody come in and take care of it within the next 15 to 30 days. Otherwise, it's null and void in my mind.
Well, and the order from First District Health Unit from back in July was to demolish. They indicated they issued notices to remove. Looks like the one for 101 8th Street was back in March, and 101 and 103 was back in March, and April 17th was the 112 8th Avenue Northwest. So, I mean, it's not as though First District Health Unit hasn't made an effort, at least according to the record that I can see from the last meeting that we had, to give notice to Mr. Kolobakin that there are issues on this property that needed to be remediated. And it sounds as though they still exist today. Is that correct? Yes. So again, it's the issue before the council is whether or not to award the bid to demolish the property. We could hold off on demolishing the property for another 30 days if that's something the council wants to do. If they want to give Mr. Kolobakin another opportunity to provide some progress on this matter, we could add it to another council agenda. We could add it to the second meeting here in October.
Obviously, it is an unoccupied home, and it's a job site. You know, people put in sheetrock and windows all the time, siding. Some people even do basement work, believe it or not. It's not out of the realm. You know, it's not an impossibility to put in windows and flooring and doors and sheetrock. And I've done it all. I've never heard the conversation that someone needs windows and some flooring and sheetrock. They're gonna knock it over. I know it isn't that simple, but I'm just just asking for fairness and common sense.
Oh,
that's all.
Okay, don't want to belabor this. Have there been any new complaints on the property from residents since we last heard this? There have been? Okay, if I may continue. Again, we want common sense to prevail. I get that. I agree, right? But we had years of unresponsiveness. You say you pay your bills, but you haven't. You don't have insurance on it. You don't have taxes on it. You say you have the funds or you have the ability to redo this, but yet we can't get a dumpster there from a private contractor, which we have a plethora of. This isn't the city's responsibility to come in at the 11th hour when there's been years of negligence on your part. I'm not trying to seem hard and fast, but this is not brand new information. We got here, and there's a well-documented path on how we got here. And I don't want to tear down the properties either, and I'm sure you don't either, but this is where we're at.
I apologize for being a victim of squatters, people with bad business practices. I didn't raise any of them children. My children are doing just fine. They treat people fairly. It's hard to control people. I'm sorry I'm a victim of arson on several occasions. I'm sorry that a lot of bad things happened to me that I didn't do. People did to me.
If I could just add to what Paul was saying, not only is it not the city's responsibility to clean this up, us as council, we represent the taxpayers of this city, the residents of this city, and it's not their responsibility either. We're put in this position the way the law reads. I mean, I guess as I'm listening more, Steph, I don't know that we have a lot of option here. That we're not really a party to this other than to carry out what First District has set in motion. And I remember now on the 19th of August, that's where my mind got to, was I don't know that we have a lot more to do here. I think what we've done is we've given you as much opportunity as we're able. That's within our ability. But unfortunately, I think we're at the end of that. And while it's not comfortable, and I hate this more than most of the decisions we've had to make, I think I'm at a point where we don't have any other choice. I think we have to follow the law, and we have to carry through with what the requirements of our job are.
Is there a recourse for a second opinion? Someone that, has been through this before. Maybe you guys aren't real professionals at, rehabilitating fire damaged structures and homes, Maybe someone that could go in there and go, yeah, this is doable.
Or is there an appeal process of some sort?
So, yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I could continue there, Steph, to me, this is all First District. This isn't us anyway. I mean, whatever second opinion they might want, it would have to be through their process because it's not ours in the first place. But the second point is, and I remember this from our discussion before, a part of what I was urging was someone like a property manager, okay? A property manager would know this top to bottom and know exactly who to call. I lived in that world for 5 years. I was an owner of a property management company. We had the remediation companies on speed dial, okay?
That's the plan after the place gets cleaned up, to have property manager take over.
Clean Tech, Service Master, any of them could have been brought forward to take care of this a year ago or whenever the first fire occurred. That's what they do. They specialize in that work. Unfortunately, I guess I feel like we're sort of at the end of what's even possible, because it's not ours to really handle. We have a part in the process to play. My last question maybe is for Luke. City attorney has thrown out this idea that, hey, we approve it tonight. Maybe there's a little time here before the demolition actually occurs. I mean, are they authorized? Could they go do it tomorrow if we approve it tonight?
Mayor Ross, Alderman Blessum, the contract documents specifies a schedule, and that can't be executed until it has all of our signatures on it. So the mayor's and mine will have to be on there, and then also the contractor. So once those documents are signed, that contract is executed, and they have to follow that specific timeline that has been set out.
Yeah. So, Mr. Mayor.
I think also to add a little bit of context to these two properties right now, I did some digging through the code enforcement documents that we've done 4 abatements on these two properties already. So there is already a dollar amount assessed to these two properties. And I think Mr. Lakefield was going to speak to what that number is.
Come on up, Dave.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, there's a couple of different issues in these two properties, or actually three addresses are part of this. First of all, there's some delinquent utility accounts. The utilities were shut off at these locations prior to the demolition order back in August. There's some history that goes back and forth with these accounts. So there's a significant balance that's due and owing on the utility accounts. That's why you couldn't get a City of Minot dumpster, because the utility accounts have been closed out. He could have contacted a private contractor to bring a dumpster in to help him out with that process. And as Luke had said, there is a pending special assessment for just under $17,000 for prior nuisance abatements at these properties also. So that will be certified here next year, I believe, because they're still pending. So then that will go on the tax amount that'll have to be paid. And because that's a nuisance, that'll become due all in one shot. I looked at, while we're sitting in the back of the room, both of these properties are 2 years delinquent at this point, so they'll soon be on the third year delinquent on the property taxes as well.
Mr. Mayor, if I can continue. So for the city attorney, back to Mr. Kolbakin's question, is there a method of appeal? Is there another authority? I guess my thought is on our side, no. We're it. We're elected by the people of this city to make these decisions. We have to follow through on the law. If there is anything in that direction, it would have to be with First District. Is that your reading as well?
We've received the order from First District to demolish, and so there isn't much of an appeals process for us in this particular means. Without giving legal advice to the applicant. I mean, I have to give legal advice to the city. I can't represent both sides of this, but you could meet and confer with a private legal counsel to determine what your options could be.
And so if I can continue, Mr. Mayor, so just to be clear, that's my take on the vote that we have in front of us right now. I don't know that we have a whole lot of choice. And for Mr. Kolbakin, it seems to me, I'm not a lawyer. I can at least let you know, in my mind, the only recourse that remains is to prove to First District that anything has changed. And that timeline is extremely short.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Lisa.
A question for the city attorney. If we award the bid for demolition tonight and something happened, that, the houses came into compliance, are we still responsible for paying, because we have awarded the bid? So are we on the hook for that amount, whether the demolition occurs or does not occur?
So it would be for services rendered for the bid as advertised, right, Luke? I mean, if they wind up not demoing any properties, they haven't incurred any expenses, they haven't performed any labor. So in my opinion, no.
All right, thank you.
Mark?
Luke, how long are the bids good for? Is it the usual 30 days or whatever?
Mayor Ross, Alderman Janzer, I am not sure how long these bids are good for. That's not part of my documentation. I would have to get you an answer at a later time when I can fumble through the paperwork.
It says the bids were open on October 1st. I don't see anything on the bid tab that has an expiration date on it. But the memo indicates the bids were open on October 1st.
We have a motion and a second to award the bid. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, please record your vote.
The motion passed unanimously.
Moving on to item number 7 on our agenda, action item 7.1, facade improvement program case F1-14, 300 East Central Avenue. What are the wishes of the council?
Move approval.
We have a motion by Paul. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second by Rob. Discussion. Any discussion? Seeing none, please record your vote.
The motion passed with one dissent, Alderman Samuelson.
Moving on to item 7.2, Facade Improvement Program Case F1-13-221 South Main Street. What are the wishes of the council?
Move approval.
I have a motion by Mike. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mark. Discussion. Yeah, we have a motion and a second. We're going to have some discussion. Is there any discussion from the dais before we take? Please step forward.
Been at the previous city hall and talked there, but it's the first time here. Very nice facility. Yes, I'm the owner at 221 Main Street South, and we appreciate the support that we were looking for. And the only question we have is on point, something that was added to the code since we started this process, is the automatic door. And I'm going to have Chris Dietz, who is our property maintenance person, explain the concern.
What we're asking for is if you would consider us to not have to use an automatic door on the west entrance. That's part of the facade program. That's the door that's going to be replaced along with the windows and whatnot. But we're requesting that it would not be required to use it because it's not handicap accessible, and it's not able to be handicap accessible, that entrance. It was deemed that by Ackerman Asphalt and the city that we wouldn't be required because it would put the cost too high to have actually done this program for that particular building. So we're requesting that you consider that we not have to have an automatic door on the
There's a
west.
waiver on that 2-point.
Follow up with that, Harold.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, council, this was approved several months ago at the request of the council that any project receiving city funding be required to put in a handicap accessible entrance. Although I believe there was a caveat in there that if it was deemed unfeasible as defined by federal law, that there was a potential exception on that. I'd have to dig back and look again, but I think we were probably requiring an opinion from an architect or an engineer to verify that that was unfeasible or financially burdensome to the project. But I'd have to go back and look at the guidelines on that.
We had.
Hang on,
I'm
Bruce.
plugged into Dias 7 if you want to share public information officer. I've pulled up section 9-137, the automatic door requirements. I'm going to highlight the part here regarding a waiver. In essence, they're required unless the installation would be technically infeasible, if other pre-existing accessibility barriers exist that cannot be reasonably remedied or readily achievable at reasonable cost, or if the installation of an automatic door would create an undue burden on the applicant as defined by 28 CFR 36.104. I don't know if any of that evidence has been reviewed by city staff in this instance. It was not presented to me, so if
Dr. Brian.
someone has done that analysis or.
Well, we spent some money a while back to get the property determined it could not become handicap accessible. It wasn't feasible to do, and now that's something we got. There's some email that went back and forth between, I think, the city and Ackerman at that time. And basically, they said the proposed project will only be required to maintain a building's current level of accessibility. That would be adding to it, would be that, and we've got some communication for that. But, and it's not, it won't, I mean, that button will not make it handicap accessible. I mean, it can't be. It's two or three steps from outside to get into the building. And then if you had the button there and you walked into the landing there, it's like 7 or 8 steps up, 7 or 8 steps down. There's no handicap accessible venture. So I can envision that things being out there in the wide open, which it is, we don't have a little area for them to enter, so you'd be sitting out there, it'd be, wintertime would be kind of a pain. And security. We secure the building now. Everybody's there with security, and so it's, might modify some of that security.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, again, as the city attorney delineated, the exception there is for a technically infeasible. That comes again out of the American Disabilities Act. That's where that ties to. And the burden of proof would be on the property owners to prove a technical infeasibility with that, which from what it sounds like with what they're describing, that would meet the intent of that language that the council put in there. If you're having to do a significant change to the building, so if you're coming in and it automatically split levels out, it's not going to do you any good to put in a power assist door to stairs up or down because that's not accessible for disabilities, and requiring a complete remodel to remove those stairs would be considered technically infeasible. So I would assume as long as there's documentation from a reputable architect or engineer, I think city staff would be willing to accept that as technically infeasible, or the council could determine tonight that they already consider it technically infeasible and waive that requirement as part of this request and approval this evening.
Yes, Paul.
Is it possible, thank you, Mr. Mayor, is it possible then to make this approval contingent upon receiving documentation from a reputable engineer or source deemed by city staff?
And if I might, Mr. Mayor, I think, Mr. Walker, did you mention that Ackerman Asphalt did do that for you? Do we?
Yes, they have.
So is it just do we have a document that confirms that?
Yes, we would have to get it for you, yes.
Yep, we've got, yeah, like I said, that one paragraph was kind of the conclusion that they said that there wouldn't be, and they did some study on it, but they said it wouldn't be,
Mr. Mayor, not to belabor the point, Bruce, and make you, just, I think we can move this forward. We don't want to hold you up, but if you can get that documentation to city staff so that it's recorded with the
that won't hold
application.
us up. We've been kind of slow motion on this one anyway, but no, that's fine, yep.
Is that okay with
Yep,
the second?
that's good,
That we
yep.
make a contingent on, and without objection from the council? We're okay with that? So the motion on the floor is approval without contingent on proper documentation, making it unfeasible for you to move forward with the handicap door. That's okay.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, so if
Yep.
I can continue, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so, it sounds to me like, I think we're meeting the intent of what you all did, I think last spring, whenever this change was made, it was added, at the time. I remember thinking, okay, we're headed down a rabbit hole here, and now we've got the rabbit hole in front of us. So we are now in the city fund, federal fund, state fund rabbit hole of string after string, and we're the puppet masters to tell people what to do because we're providing the money. And so my take on that is, don't provide the program, okay? Because we have to do this kind of stuff. And actually, I believe it was Alderwoman Evans sitting in this spot when she was on council that brought this, and I thought, bravo. She's doing exactly what she should to this program, because that is the kind of requirement you should have if you want public funds, is to bring it up to whatever code we provide or whatever other things that are there, even maybe above ADA standards, which is what are, I think, the operating in, piece of law that we're working with here. So, while my take on this will be to vote yes, because that's the way it reads right now, this gives you the exact flaws in these programs, and this is why these need to be changed and adjusted, or, in my opinion, outlawed and gotten rid of.
So we have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any further discussion, Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I see it, this is an apartment complex. So for me, this is an example of approval of past councils that we're supposed to approve and fund. I have never believed that this is the path and is a good use of taxpayer money. I cannot support this program, and I will be voting no.
And just for the record, so when I review this memo that's written to council, I'm seeing in the proposed project, memo was drafted by Community Development Director Brian Billingsley, that the installation of one ADA push-button door is also required by city ordinance. So at least as of, I mean, the date of the memo says October 7th, but I believe he drafted it probably prior to today. Mr. Billingsley, you haven't received any evidence to lead you to believe, he's shaking his head no, that an exception should be applicable based upon the information that city staff has at this time. So unless we receive something that squarely fits within that exception in the ordinance, like we would probably add this to a future council agenda indicating acceptance or denial. We can, if we're recommending accepting it, we can add it to the city manager's report perhaps, but if we're recommending denial, would the council want us to bring it back as an action item?
So I guess, Mr. Mayor, if I may, you know, the motion on the floor right now is one that I made, which is contingent on providing that. So in my mind, we're taking their word for it, and Ryan's here. I don't know if he has any background on that or knows. Okay, so he's shaking his head no, and that's fine. I didn't expect him to have it. But the point is, their firm was referred to here. They're well known to us. So in my mind, we move forward with the approval contingent on that. If that never comes, the approval isn't valid anyway. Is that?
And we can provide an update in the city manager's report to the council.
So we have a motion and a second on the floor. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote. I'll take a 10-minute recess. Or 50, yeah.
The motion passed 6-1 with the dissent of Alderman Samuelson.
Okay, we've been at it now for 2.5 hours. I think it calls for time for about a 10-minute recess. So we will recess and come back at 8:07. Okay, we are back in session. Just a reminder to have your cell phone silent or put them on vibrate to limit interruptions. Jumping back into the agenda, we are moving on to action item 7.3, the Customs and Border Protection Memorandum of Agreement and Cost Sign-Off Request. What are the wishes of the council?
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion by Lisa, seconded by Rob.
Yep.
Discussion.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Mayor, oh,
Go ahead, Mark.
So, from the write-up on this, it's pretty clear that this is sort of a take it or leave it lease agreement, and it's a federal organization, so that it's crafted to their benefit and to allow them to get what they want. So out of this, we get to be an international airport, and we have, on-site Customs Border Patrol to deal with the international flights that come in. How much of that activity is there? Is that quantified?
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Johnser, yes, on average, we run between about 350 to 400 flights on an annual basis that are cleared through customs at our facilities at the airport.
So roughly one a day.
Roughly one a day.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I can continue with that, Jennifer. So if I remember right from our discussions or in a presentation that you gave before, a ton of those are using us for that purpose specifically. Minot's an easy place to do that. They get good service. They stop off here and then head on to Las Vegas or wherever they're actually going.
Yes.
Is that a good assessment? Do you have any idea what kind of percentage that would look like for who is actually staying in Minot?
I would actually, we do have a representative here from AvFlight, one of the businesses at the airport that handles the aircraft once they've landed. But I know that the majority of those aircraft, they are flying in from Europe or they're flying in from Canada, and they clear customs here, and then they go on to their final destination in the U.S. And then clearing customs in the U.S. Clearing customs in Minot makes it easier than going to a larger airport like Minneapolis, where they may have to wait. The time is longer and those type of things. It's substantially more difficult. It's easier for them to clear customs here. But if
the numbers are available, that'd be great. I mean, are we talking half, or is it 90% that are essentially using us for that service?
I don't have that information, but Dave's here. He might be able to respond.
Good evening, Mayor Ross, Alderman Blessum. My name is Dave Parks. I'm the general manager with AvFlight. And yeah, I'd like to touch on some points. This is a revenue positive operation, having the custom service. I have some notes here, if you don't mind, I'd like to reference on the impact, not only to what ends up going to the general fund of the city, but also other establishments in town. 43% of our catering that's handled through our establishment, which so far this year through the first 3 quarters has been $4,200. So that's spent at Marketplace, right? Target, Starving Rooster, Whiskey 9, etc., Bones. So that feeds back. You do have, particularly for the State Fair, the Hoostfest, a lot of folks that come down from Canada, and they stay, they get rental cars, they rent rooms. So indirect economic impact. We're in the process of becoming a part of the RSP program, with Customs. That's the revenue reimbursement program, to authorize us to collect overtime fees to pay for the officers to do overtime, which will have, again, have a direct impact to the city because it'll give us the opportunity to handle more flights because not everybody's enrolled in the program. And it is competitive. You have 3 other locations in the state that we're competing with and regionally, right? A bonus for us, unfortunately for a gentleman in Casper, right? They're closed right now for clearing customs. So we're picking up that traffic at this time. The officer there passed away. They can't fill his position. So that's driven in the last few weeks an extra 6 flights to us. 10% of the fuel that's pumped on the general aviation side, excluding the airlines, comes from customs traffic. You have an additional $13,000 that's been collected so far this year in landing fees that's directly paid to the airport, again, which goes directly to the city. My lease, you guys get a 2% of our gross. So there's definitely a way to recoup this money, and it has been paid back to the city over the course of the years. Unfortunately, the roosters or the chickens come home to roost, and some funding that hasn't occurred over the last few years looks rather large at this time. I'd like to entertain any questions you might have at this time, or some other direct numbers.
So what were you referring to right at the end there? So what, is there funding that the airport hasn't got that would have enhanced this? Is that what you're referring to?
I believe there's an annual requirement tied in that hasn't been met over the last few years since that lease was signed with Customs. That would be more in Jennifer's arena.
Okay. Jennifer, can you provide insight into what he's referring to there?
For the lease agreement that was signed in 2020, we are required to provide a certain level of equipment, security systems. It's addressed in the memo as far as like equipment, furniture, and those type of things. Up until this point, Customs has not provided a list of exactly what furniture, what the requirements for the security systems are that were required. We attempted to provide them with what we thought was the accurate security system, and they said no, it doesn't meet our standards. And so we've been going back and forth with them on that. And so we had budgeted the last, 3 or 4 years, at least since I've been here, approximately $50,000 to make the upgrades, but we haven't been able to come to an agreement on the equipment and the furniture.
Okay, so if I can continue, Mr. Mayor. So does that mean that, so it's been in the budget, but because we couldn't narrow down what we actually needed to do, we just never spent it? Is that the right way to think of that?
Yeah, that's correct. We
Okay.
haven't spent it, but the funding mechanism for those past few years was CARES funds. The CARES funds expired at the end of the federal fiscal year last year. So essentially October 1st was the end of those funds, and we'd already spent out all of our CARES funds.
Okay, and then just to kind of get our minds around it. So, am I reading the memo right? 68,000, sort of a one-time thing now to meet, because now they've given us what those requirements are. We know what we need, right? So it's a one-time of 68,000, and then our best end, looking forward, a little over 5,000 a year in annual costs.
That is correct.
Is that correct? Okay. All right. So, I think maybe where Mark was originally heading here, not to put words in his mouth, but I think there's a little skepticism, at least, I think, at least on my part, to think, okay, well, do we really need to do this? This puts some dollars to it. So now we start to look at that and say, okay, what's the actual impact to the city? What's, both the city organization as well as the taxpayer, right? And hopefully it's helping businesses, things like that. So, in your professional opinion as our airport director, is this a net positive for us? Is the program the right direction for the city of Minot?
Well, this This is only one of kind of three legs in the equipment that we're, and furnishing that we're supposed to provide. So this does not include the security systems and the cameras that are required. So those are will be in the future additional, above and beyond what is listed here. And then in addition to that, the furniture is not listed here. So the furniture includes like the office chairs, the waiting room chairs, the tables that they, open up the bags and look through stuff, those type of things. Those furnishings are not included in this particular line item. It's a different wing of Customs and Border Protection that will provide that particular list.
If I can continue, Mr. Mayor. So, Jen, playing at devil's advocate here, the other way to look at this is that our airport at its base is federally funded.
Right.
Right? I mean, what are we talking? I mean, if you had to put a number, north of 85% probably. I mean, depending upon how you want to look at it. Infrastructure-wise, certainly higher than that. But
For capital projects, yes.
Yeah. So the other way to look at it is the federal government is saying, we're going to provide all of this funding. Congress provides all the funding, everything to run our entire air system nationwide.
Right.
All we ask is that you help us in border protection enforcement by providing an office that meets these requirements. Is that the opposite way of looking at this?
Well, they're two, on the federal level, they're two separate agencies.
That's
so
fine.
Yep. I don't know how well
One
the
government,
I don't know how well the DOT and the Department of Homeland Security agree with that that statement. So, and I won't presume to say.
But really, I guess, for those of us not as versed in it, just a general way of looking at it, the federal government is funding our airport very
Pretty
substantially.
much, yeah. For all of our capital infrastructure, it's upwards of 90% or more.
Rob.
Thank you. Jennifer, so one of the things I was reading here in the memo, it says, if recommended by the city council, the airport could implement a new user fee for all international flights using the CBP services. So we currently don't charge anything for the convenience that we offer. Is that correct?
That is correct. Avflight does charge a fee for when they handle the aircraft, but the airport itself does not, other than the 2% revenue off of that, we don't.
Because I mean, and maybe you can both answer this question. Do you think people would be willing to pay $50 a time to come through the airport? I mean, to make it easier on them, because that's $17,000 a year that we can put in the kitty to use for all this stuff. That's why I'm asking.
Alderman Fuller, that's a good question. However, if we charge that fee in Minot, and they do not charge that fee in Fargo, Grand Forks, Williston,
they'll go to there
where are
instead.
they going to go?
Okay.
Some folks it won't matter to, but I guarantee you, your smaller aircraft, I mean, it could be tied in like the existing landing fees, which aren't charged to your smaller general aviation aircraft. But you have the potential to lose business overcharging a fee that other airports do not.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Oh,
There you
you
go.
want?
Yep. Usually it pops up.
The motion passed unanimously.
Okay, moving on to item 7.4, approve the 2025 budget ordinance on second reading and applicable resolutions establishing rates, fees, and charges. What are the wishes of the council?
I would move approval.
Second.
We have a motion by Mike, second by Paul. Is there discussion?
Mr. Mayor.
Mike.
Okay, so first of all, just wanted to thank city staff, Dave, Jen, and team. A ton of work, I think, based on what we asked you guys to do after the last meeting. And as I went through the budget, I was very pleased to see kind of how it all shook out. It was, I think it was good for the taxpayers of Minot. I think we accomplished a lot of what we intended to do in that meeting. I was very excited and proud of that. A couple things that I do want to bring for the budget, just kind of some last ideas here to throw to the team to take a look at. So the first motion that I'll bring is I'd like to make some adjustments to the landfill rate sheet. And so The city clerk, I'll try to get them to you easy. So there's three pieces here. So first, I'd like to, I'll hand it to you once I'm done. How about that? Okay.
That would be awesome.
I'll decrease the inert commercial to $37 per ton. Decrease the municipal solid waste commercial to $51 per ton. And increase the single stream recycling to $185 per ton. So if you want that in front of you, and I'll need that back for the bottom one. But. So, Mr. Mayor, that's my motion, is to make those changes to the rate sheet.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second for discussion.
We have a motion and a second.
So if I can continue, Mr. Mayor. So with this, one of the things that occurred then, as we got the budget back from the finance team, again, with all that hard work that they put into it, is we saw adjustments that flowed through based on other changes that we were making. One of the things that did is it popped out some money that was going into reserve in the landfill fund. And so what we were doing is we went from a position where we were essentially break even, I believe, because the team did a great job of actually calculating how that worked out, the rate changes they need to offset the price increases, the cost increases that were there. What happened then is when we reduced the costs, it actually produced a reserve, an extra amount of dollars that were going to go into reserve. And so in my opinion, with that, I worked with city staff to understand the thought process, melding the idea between what are our long-term investment things that we need to be doing, whether it's equipment or training or different pieces that go with that I think of as closer to one-time items versus the actual operating for the landfill on a yearly basis. And I'm in agreement with them that we do need to move it along. We need to make sure that we're not losing our spot here, because one of the things I've advocated throughout is that in as many places as we can, these types of revenue generating entities do break even. And so that was important to me, and I like to see that. The only difference that I have with where they ended up based on the prior version was just how much the increase is. And so what I did is I reduced that to more like a 5% increase instead of the 10 to 11 that was in the budget for those rates. And I also introduced an increase into the recycling stream, the same thing that I did with the private consumer. And so really that's what this is. My changes represent a 5% increase instead of 10 to 11. So did you get them, Michaela? Feeling good?
I feel great.
All right, thanks.
Any further discussion? Any further? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second on the floor.
You want me to repeat it? or-
Why don't, please.
The amendment is to adjust the landfill rate sheet as follows: decrease the inert commercial to $37 per ton, decrease MSW commercial to $51 per ton, and increase single stream recycling to $185 per ton.
That's our motion and a second, Paul.
I just want to know if sanitation, if anyone in the sanitation department or finance, if they have any opinions on this, I guess. If you guys are good with it, a thumbs up.
Mayor Ross, Alderman Pittner, I think we can live with it. Some of the money that was being put into reserves is being put into reserves for a special project. But, $2 on, about 70,000 tons, give or take, it's $140,000 less revenue. We can certainly roll with it. We have money in reserves right now if we need to balance the budget at the end of the year. And we just go through this process every year. So, we'll do this again next budget process and see how it worked out.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, please record your vote.
The motion to amend passes unanimously.
Mike?
Yep, so to continue, just one more. My second motion is to reduce the state program matching funds line item in the sales tax economic development fund to $250,000 from $1 million. Was I too far away?
No, I took a picture.
You got,
of
oh,
it,
you
so
got it
you're
already?
fine.
Good job. So again, I'll just restate that. So I didn't have my microphone down either. Reduce the state program matching funds line item in the sales tax economic development fund to $250,000 from $1 million.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Rob. Mike?
Yep. So, Mr. Mayor, on this one, this is really a result of the work that was done to update the Magic Fund guidelines. Okay, so my understanding of that now is that we have a bucketed system that is essentially using overflows from prior buckets to your left as they move to the right. They're filling buckets. In my understanding, the state program funds became the new second bucket that wasn't in place exactly that way before. And so money would be coming out of the Magic Fund and falling into this bucket. And what this does actually is it fills that entire bucket in 1 year with $1 million. Now, for everybody's, primarily in the public, that doesn't mean anything because none of it's allocated, none of it's tied to a project. So we're not spending the money. It's budgeted at $1 million, in my opinion, to simply fill that fund to get ready for the third bucket to be ready for spending, which is the city's economic development budget, which then funds things like facade, wayfinding, things like that. My opinion is we don't have any projects pending for the second bucket. There's no reason to fill it completely at this point. And so I'm asking that we move that down to 250,000 instead of $1 million.
Any further discussion?
Nope.
What? Oh, okay. What?
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify a couple of things, the way the Magic Fund rules have been revised, we do have different buckets for different activities. However, the way the funding flows, it doesn't move and automatically spill over from one bucket to the other. That is something that's supposed to be determined at the budget, through the budget process, with the city manager and the executive director or the CEO of MAC EDC at budget time to allocate the funding into each one of those different projects. And then to go along with that, there are some limitations about transferring funds out of the primary sector buckets into other buckets. So there's some encumbrances that come with moving that all into the primary sector bucket. And that's the other half of this too. If we're not going to fund it into the matching funds program, we'd have to determine which other program that funding would go to as well.
Mike?
So, Mr. Mayor, by default, Dave, would it go into the primary sector? Is that the best way to think of that?
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Blessum, that is to be determined at budget time. So we don't necessarily default into that. And one of the reasons why we intentionally did it that way, going through the Magic Fund guidelines, is because that's too onerous of a process to try and figure out the percentages of a percentage after it spills over and then calculate percentages. And if that bucket's full, it was a never-ending loop to go back and try and do that. So we had to be able to sort that out a little bit. And this was probably the most straightforward methodology that we could come up with. It still gave us some flexibility to address needs that came up in the future. And just one other thing I wanted to remind the council members for is we had a request for funding from Service Basin Planning Council to recapitalize the revolving loan fund there that was limited by how much money was in that program in the Magic Fund. They put a limit on that. And that was one of the thought processes of so far, for lack of a better term, filling that bucket was to allow them to come back with a request to continue capitalizing that revolving loan fund. So by limiting that funding into that program to the $250,000, they'll only be able to come and ask for a percentage of that, which will handcuff them in what they can do as far as capitalizing that revolving loan program.
I can continue. So Dave, is it safe to say that the budget was built, because what you're saying essentially is the 2.1 million roughly that's going to come in from the fraction of the penny was allocated across the different buckets, correct? And so the full million was put into this one because that's how you fill it. I mean, that's the full amount, and so that's why we allocated that there. We knew what was going into the city funds for wayfinding and for facade, and then everything else ended up back in the Magic Fund, essentially in the main fund.
Mr. Mayor, Alderman
Primary
Blessum, and essentially how that would work, and I'll just use an example to walk through the process a little bit. So we came up with the revenue estimate, and then it was divided amongst all of those different programs. So an example would be is if we collected more sales tax dollars than we anticipated, it doesn't just flow to any one of those programs. That would be something that would be in reserve that next year at the budget process, or if something came up during the year that the council wanted to take action on, they would be able to allocate that excess funding to any one of those different programs that are part of the Magic Fund. So it doesn't necessarily automatically go to any one of these programs. It all requires budgetary action on the behalf of the council.
Yeah. So if I can continue, so Dave, the real question then becomes, are we able to move between funds with a simple budget amendment, or is it bigger than that?
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Blessum, and I don't have the guidelines in front of me, but there are limitations on where you can transfer funds between programs. And I believe, if I remember off the top of my head, that moving money from the primary sector can only be done, I believe, to the matching fund programs or vice versa. But there were limitations on where you could move between the program buckets.
So if that was correct, then that's exactly what we would want, right? Because it'd be between primary sector and this one? Is that what you just said, or was that, or did I mishear that?
Mr.
In here, Dave.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, since I was one of the two that helped prepare the recommendation for the distribution of this funds through the different buckets, the reason that we recommended the full filling and funding of this bucket is because this one leverages funds from the Bank of North Dakota that comes in through the PACE and Flex PACE programs, which of all of the aspects of the Magic Fund, both previous and current, that has actually had movement and success, it's been this area. So we wanted to continue to be able to do that. The funds that are currently have been received in revenues in previous years, a lot of those funds have been spoken for with potential or previously approved applications which are going through the process with the Bank of North Dakota. So we were at a point that there was no funding available to continue for the city of Minot to continue to provide matching funds as we had previously without putting more money in that fund. So that's why we requested or recommended to the council to fill that bucket all the way full to $1 million, because that's been the most productive, most proactive, and biggest return on investment, and it supports small business within our community. These are businesses like Prairie Sky Breads, Prairie Sky Bread, or some of those types of businesses that the reason they're being successful is because they had the access to those programs. And for all intents and purposes, this has the biggest return on investment for the taxpayers of Minot, because we put in a minimal amount of money. The Bank of North Dakota matches that to significantly more amount. So we wanted to continue to encourage that program, which is why we recommended the full $1 million in there. To the question about what can be transferred or not transferred, we specifically built into the guideline updates that we intentionally made it difficult to transfer funds between. But the one that we did want to make sure that if we needed funds because it was successful and it was depleted out, that we need to put more money in quickly was this program. Because again, that's benefiting a lot of small businesses within our community. And again, it leverages that state funds to our community to do that. So that's why we put in the potential transfer of money from the primary sector fund, which has the biggest balance in it, to the state fund. But it wasn't transferable from between buckets or from the primary sector bucket to any other fund. That's restricted. In order to do that, the council would have to change the guidelines of the Magic Fund again to be able to do that. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. That was the logic and the reasoning for Brecca and I on why we recommended the full $1 million in that. And then my other point to finish that out is if the council proceeds with this motion of reducing that from $1 million down to $250,000, my question would be is where are you at reallocating that $750,000 of economic development funds? So.
Yep. So if I can continue, Mr. Mayor. So it sounds like there's very little risk in what I'm saying. number one, because a simple budget amendment moves the money over from the primary sector on. And to answer the question, both for Dave and for Harold, that would be my intent, would be to put it back into the primary sector bucket. So let me get now to just a little bit to why I think that this is a smarter way to go. I've made no secret of my dislike for the current city programs that we have. And what I would like to do is to make sure that we do what we can over time to focus on these types of plans that are successful and try to starve them. That's really what it comes down to. And my colleagues can choose to, come with me down that path. And I'll have a motion here in a little while that will talk about that as well. But that to me is what the intent is here. If you don't agree with this approach to that intent, that's fine. And really at the end of the day, what I've just said is that the funding will be there whether we need it or, we'll have it there if we need it for a project that comes up. As I've looked through this now, and I guess maybe another quick question, where did the funding come from? Because we've had a lot of downtown businesses that have done plenty of these loans already. So where were they coming from before this?
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Blessum, the funding for that was coming through the city use of the economic development funds.
Okay. So what we've done then, if I can continue, Mr. Mayor, is we've created this new bucket now that's focused on that, and that may be the exact right intent long term, and that might be the right place to do it. Where I'm getting hung up on is that next set, where I'm not in agreement with those programs, and so for me, this is a way of looking at starting to try to starve those. If my colleagues don't agree, I think that's fine. I think we kind of all understand each other around it.
Mr. Mayor, if I may. So to Alderman Blessum's point, as far as the Magic Fund guidelines that we recreated and created the bucket system was to accomplish exactly what you're talking about, where the council can prioritize every year in each budget process what's of economic development priority for investment. So if you don't, if you don't want to fund the city's bucket or I think there was a bucket in there for like a local grant program for smaller businesses. The council has control over that every year through the budget process. So Breck and I meet, we talk about what's currently in the works, what we think is priority from our perspectives. We provide the recommendation for how that money can be invested in economic development purposes through those buckets. But ultimately, it's at the will of the council on whether or not you want to do that. So if you want to completely cut out all the funding for the city's programs as far as facade improvement program and those kinds of things, that's the action you're considering as part of this budget process. So the council has control, and that was intentionally designed in that system to give the council and preserve that control for the council for those economic development funds. So, but those are decisions that you guys make as part of the budget process, which prior to us changing these guidelines last year, this was not part of the budget process. Right, it was very convoluted. So you're right. We established certain criteria and guidelines. We created the state funding bucket because that has been successful and we wanted to make sure that continued. So we created a mechanism that we could encourage the council to continue to have funds allocated towards that so that continues to be successful. Now you get to play with the balance as far as what goes into it. There is no guarantee that any bucket gets any funding in any year, because it's considered on an annual basis now as part of the budget process, which it wasn't done. This is the first budget year that this process has been in place. So my opinion is that system is accomplishing exactly what you want to do, and the council gets to prioritize how much money goes into which bucket based off of your priorities.
Yeah. And so if I can continue, Mr. Mayor, so I guess the thought process that I've got here then is that if we are doing that, we are filling that bucket. So that decision's now made. Certainly, hopefully we'll have a couple projects this year. We'll be able to get something done out of that and move that down. But that one's more or less full then going forward. I mean, we've got it funded. And so then if we also have the magic fund, the primary sector fund, also very close to full, which I think hits full at 10. Is that, if I'm remembering right? So we're at 10 there, we're at 1 there. I think the next city one is something like 800 and then 100,000 in that little grant one, I think is the way the numbers lay out. What it does in my mind is, oh, there we go, we're getting it on the screen. Okay, I had one number wrong, the 300,000. So what happens is that if the left two buckets fill, the small business one, there's not a lot there. That fourth one gets filled up to that 800 all the time. the overflows to all this end up in flood control in the end. And really, I mean, I would think if I was asking you, Dave, the nervous part of your world heading forward is flood. We got another agenda item here where we're talking about an extra, 30% on a project related to flood already. We got major issues coming there. I guess that's really what I'm getting at here. By filling that bucket, we are tying our hands and making bucket 4 very attractive in future budgets. That's my take on it.
Just point
Paul.
of clarification. They don't get filled unless we choose to fill them, correct? There's no audit, there's nothing in ordinance, there's nothing in the guidelines that say that we have $8 million and we're gonna max all of these out. If we wanna put nothing into any of these buckets and put it all towards flood control, that's at the discretion of the recommendation from the CEO of the chamber as well as the city manager. And at the end of the day, it falls on us as council members, correct?
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Bittner, that is correct, with the exception of the primary sector that has a minimum balance of 3 million. So that bucket always has to have at least 3 million. If it dips below that, by the guidelines, that bucket becomes the priority that pretty much all funds from our economic development sales tax go into that bucket until it gets back up over 3 million. I want to go back to the premise of what we were trying to accomplish with this whole thing. The critique that we had, and I think was of concern, which I think is probably shared by many of the people on this dais and in this room, and particularly me as coming as a city manager, is our Magic Fund continued to grow and not do any work to accomplish anything on behalf of the community. So our goal was to create a system that would be more effective, more accessible, and more productive on behalf of the community. The goal is not to fill up all these buckets to full. The goal is to have an inflow and an outflow because that means it's working. That means our community is growing, our economy is growing, our businesses are healthier and stronger, they're growing, they're expanding. That's what we're trying to accomplish. If at the end of the day, all these buckets get full and we're trying to figure out where to put the money after that, the system isn't working. And that needs to be discussed at that point. What this was designed was for money to come in and money to go out and some balance of prioritization on how that would happen. And we left it to the council to determine that priority every year as part of the budget process. That was the goal and the intent here. And again, the state matching fund programs was the most productive. We wanted to make sure there was a substantial amount in there. And just because it's full this year, we hope that there's applications that when we come next year, either all that money is gone or maybe there's $500,000, but instead of having to put another $1 million in next year, we're refilling that back up if that's the priority of the council. But the council make that decision every year. But I just wanted to talk about that intent. The goal really is to have that money working on economic development, to grow and retain and recruit businesses to our community. The flood control is only in there because that was what was part of the language when it was passed, and there was no way to delete that. But we're hoping that that money goes to work for other things before it gets to flood control. Lisa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I do want to strongly support the funding for the state program matching funds because I am the city council liaison on the Service Basin Planning Council Executive Board and on their loan review committee. And each and every month, we can see all the applications that are coming in from small businesses across the area. Businesses that all of us are going to, businesses that we are supporting. Sales tax dollars are coming back in because those businesses are here. Employees are being put to work. I don't have the books in front of me, but I mean, we're about out of business accelerator funds for 2024. So businesses that are now applying need to be on the wait list for 2025 with the hope that that fund can be replenished. That's the need, but there's also the success that Mr. Stewart was talking about. I'm guesstimating 40 to 50 businesses that have benefited from that since we started this in about 2020, if I remember correctly. And it is a revolving fund. So at some point, the dollars are going to start coming in, but the guidelines that are set up by the Bank of North Dakota don't allow Service Basin to start collecting the payments until, I don't remember, a couple, 3 years, whatever. So, I mean, there's a few businesses that got some of the early dollars, and they'll start revolving some of that money back in. It's a very successful program, and I think we would make a huge mistake by not funding it.
Any further comments or discussion? Paul?
Again, I understand the thought process of the motion. I'm with Lisa. I'm not going to support the motion to reduce that. I think with the way we want our community to go and the direction we want our community to be headed as far as supporting our entrepreneurs, supporting our people who want to start businesses within our community and in our surrounding community, I think we're best served by kind of leaving this alone.
Anything further?
Mr. Mayor, if I can just clear up too with the transfers. Transfers can be done between any of the different programs within the Magic Fund. It requires a supermajority of the council to approve the transfers. However, transfers from the primary sector can only go to the state matching funds program. Again, that would require a supermajority vote, and only to the extent that there's at least $3 million left in the primary sector bucket. Within the state matching fund programs, like we said earlier, that's where the funding for the capitalization of the source basins revolving loan fund comes from, and they're limited to 25% of what is in that account.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion?
Can I just clarify before we vote? The second amendment would be to reduce the state matching funds and the sales economic development to 250,000. Were you adding in moving the remaining 750 to the primary sector bucket?
Yeah, we would need that on the motion.
Okay, and
You're okay with that?
Alderman Fuller, is that okay with?
You okay with that? Yeah. Okay,
Ready?
seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion to amend fails with dissents from Alderman Janser, Alderwoman Olson, Alderman Pittner, and Mayor Tom Ross.
Mike? You done? Anything further? Any further amendments? Scott?
Mr. Mayor, I would like to make a motion to amend the 2025 budget, eliminating $559,650 for economic development to the Minot Area Chamber EDC.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Discussion. Scott?
So my reason for this, I think most people up here know how I feel about some of our working that we do with economic development. And this was for something at a later date. The reason why I'm doing this tonight is that no taxpayer funds should be used for any activity to support or in opposition of a statewide initiated measure. The Minot Area Chamber EDC has put out their position on Measure 4. They've actually grouped with and given funds to keep it local. Also, in the Corrupt Practices Act, even in advertisement, you cannot use city property. They are promoting an advertisement from Keep It Local with a clip of a county sheriff standing in front of a city police station and a police vehicle, and a fireman standing in front of a fire station with a fire truck. I believe, and we can all argue back and forth as far as what all these terms and stuff mean, and I've talked to many people about it, and they've said, well, the only way we're going to find out is if the courts decide, which means that it's got to be brought up in front of a judge and wherever it goes from there. There is another way that we can solve it. And the way that we solve it is we defund these groups that use taxpayer money in opposition of initiated measures. And that's my intention tonight.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Rebecca?
I'd like to hear from Brecca since she's coming up.
Yep.
Thank you, Mayor Ross and Alderman Samuelson. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Alderman Fuller, thanks for allowing me to come up and make some comments. So as far as with our role from the Minot Area Chamber EDC, you are correct. We do receive for 3 of our 5 key pillars, we do receive public funds. We receive public funds for economic development, workforce development, military support, which specifically goes to support Task Force 21, which, as you guys know, is the support of Minot Air Force Base and the missions that we have there. The city of Minot funds those 3 pillars. Warwick County funds the economic development pillar. And the state of North Dakota funds, we've received some state funds specifically for military support and workforce development, which is through the North Dakota Department of Commerce Regional Workforce Impact Program grant. And so there are 3 pillars of our organization that receive public funds, and we separate those funds very specifically. Before the merger, the Minot Area Chamber of Commerce is really kind of represented by our member investor pillar, which is our pillar there is what our organization is funded by member investor dues, sponsorships, privately raised funds, and that supports the member investor component. And if we look at our organization, we are a member investor on the chamber side, driven organization to exist to serve the policy positions of the business community. Our mission is to advocate for and invest in business activity by being a collaborative partner in the community, focused on improving the quality of life for all. With that, our board of directors in January we researched, the board took a stance and voted in favor of supporting the Keep It Local Coalition, which is the coalition opposing Measure 4, as Alderman Samuelson shared. With that, we did support the Keep It Local Coalition along with almost 90 other organizations across the state. The organizations that are a part of that coalition include the Bismarck-Mandan Chamber EDC, the Devils Lake Chamber, Dickinson Area Chamber, Fargo-Moorhead West Fargo Chamber, the Grand Forks East Grand Forks Chamber, the Greater North Dakota Chamber of Commerce, Jamestown Area Chamber, Valley City Area Chamber, and the Williston Area Chamber, along with numerous organizations that represent agriculture, energy, natural resources, real estate, associations, nonprofit organizations, public safety, education, and healthcare groups. We are a part of that coalition, and with that, we have been getting out facts and information regarding the measure. And that I believe addresses what Alderman Samuelson said. The economic development side that is funded by the city of Minot goes towards major macroeconomic efforts that we are working for this community and frankly for the state. Our work in economic development specifically supports things like the Logistics Park of North Dakota and the intermodal service that we are finally, after 20 years of working on, operating. This last week, we celebrated our 100th train to move out of the intermodal site in 4 years. With that, we are supplying value-added agriculture and egg producers with optionality. And if you follow the national news today, we are watching what's happening at the ports. Our service at the intermodal site, we are able to do that because we receive economic development funds from the city of Minot. We are also working on natural gas solutions. One of the biggest barriers to development is access to natural gas. We also know that's a huge barrier for providing funding for our state, which is something that is critically important to all organizations, frankly. And we're working on some major economic efforts on a macroeconomic level tied to natural gas. And so the message, Alderman Samuelson, that you're looking to send to our organization by defunding economic development is not accomplishing what you're asking today to do. It is impacting the major things that we are celebrating big wins on today. The Logistics Park and Intermodal Service, it took 20 years to get that off the ground. We are providing that service, and without our organization leading those efforts, I'm not sure who steps in to do it. The private sector tried it and failed. The public-private side tried it and failed. We have a business incentive agreement on that land that we own where the intermodal site is operating with the city of Minot that for 5 years we are required by contract to provide continuous operations of intermodal service out of that site. We need to provide 1 unit train a month and have so many employees in place. We have a long-term lease with a rail operator to accomplish that, but again, that falls under the economic development pillar. 2 years ago, during the city budget process, there was work done at the dais, I wasn't even at the meeting, where we know one of the biggest things that we're working on that helps support business is workforce development. There's no cookie cutter solution to that. There's no one that says, hey, here's the playbook of how to fix workforce. We don't have enough employees within our state of North Dakota to fill the jobs that are open. So we have to innovate and we have to think differently. Workforce development was added by the City Council in the budget process 2 years ago and tasked the Minot Area Chamber EDC to take on and lead workforce development and serve as our area's lead organization and entity. So with that, we brought on an employee that not only does workforce development, but also serves as our military liaison. And then the work that we do to support the military, the $100,000 that is in the 2025 budget to support Task Force 21 and strategic engagements, we today are preparing the state of North Dakota for the largest modernization project that the Department of Defense has ever undertaken. That is a huge task. We're preparing for Sentinel. Not only that, but we're advocating for the modernization of LRSO, the weapon system, and the modernization of the B-52. The economic impact of Minot Air Force Base is over $600 million a year. The state economic impact for military is $1.2 billion. Minot is over half of that economic impact, and we all know the role that Minot Air Force Base plays in protecting the world. We're the only base that has 2 legs of the nuclear triad. That is also what the city of Minot's funding. So I just would pause there, and I'm happy to answer any questions. By cutting off funding to the Minot Area Chamber EDC that supports economic development, workforce development, and military support, you're impacting some major things that really would make our community step backwards. I feel that very strongly. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Rob?
Thank you, Brecca. First, I guess a question and then just a comment. Since you guys are, telling us that you're separated, right? The 2 hats, the economic development and the chamber. The chamber side is funded by the member organizations. Did you reach out to all the businesses locally and ask what your guys' vote and how they all felt about it?
We reached out in January, and the board of directors listened to multiple presentations. We also sat in on presentations that were given by both sides to the Economic Development Association of North Dakota and the Greater North Dakota Chamber. And the board of directors made that decision in January to support the Keep It Local Coalition and be a part of that group.
If you had to guess, were the local people for or against what you guys were going to say?
When we did the research as far as in reaching out to our governmental affairs committee and some of the active committees and that are part of the chamber or the member investor pillar, we found that the majority supported us taking a stance. Now, when it is in the middle and there's not a strong voice from the business community pushing back as far as for us to get involved, we don't take a stance on every measure. We don't take a stance on candidates. We don't have a separate political action committee where we have a PAC and support candidates like some organizations do. We really have, in the past, I would say the couple of times that I've seen putting on my former board of directors hat, there's only been a few cases where we've taken a position. I think a number of years ago, there was one other state measure that we weighed in on, but for the most part, we don't do it on everything. And at the end of the day, we listen to our member investors. Alderman Samuelson called me last week. That was the first phone call that I've had regarding Measure 4 in saying that they were disappointed in the position we took.
Okay. Well, and I mean, I guess just for the rest of the members up here and everything else, I understand where Scott's concern is coming from, and like you just got done saying, we don't speak out on everything. So why did we need to speak out on this one? And it's just rhetorical. I think the optics of it look pretty bad because whether you guys separate the funds or not, the Minot Area Chamber EDC is one group in everybody's mind, and you get city funds in a big amount. And I like I said, I think the optics are pretty bad. And if you look nationally over the last couple of years at companies who've made poor decisions optically, it didn't end well for either one of them. I wouldn't say what did it. All right, thanks.
Thanks, Alderman Fuller.
Mike?
Mr. Mayor. So, Brecca, so first of all, what you just gave as an answer to Rob, so you talked about your board, you talked about other appointed committees within the organization. His question, though, was the business owners that actually pay the funds. And so, so I guess my first question then is, how does the board get elected with the chamber?
I could pull up the bylaws to quote it verbatim, and I'd be happy to share those with you. We share those with the city of Minot regularly. At the end of the day, the board of directors, we have a nominating committee that meets right around this time of year. The nominating committee is appointed by the chair of the board, and there will be at least 2 other additional board members. We seek nominations from our member investors. We encourage people to share if they have interest in being a part of our board. Our board members have term limits, and so if you serve on our board of directors, except for the year of the merger, there were some staggering terms there, so not everyone termed out all at once. But on our board of directors, you have an opportunity, if reelected, to serve 2 3-year terms, and then you do have to step down for at least 2 consecutive years. We're newly merged in January of 2021, so we are just starting. We've had some turnover on the board. If a board member leaves midway through their term, for example, Dr. Mark Vollmer stepped down when he retired from the Minot Public School District, the chair can choose to appoint somebody into that position, or they can choose to leave it open until the end of the year and follow the nominating process.
So if I can continue, Mr. Mayor. So Brecca, I guess my question is, do the members ever vote on a board member?
Yes.
Do I have a vote as a chamber member for my business? When does that occur?
That occurs, I believe we have to have it published. We have to announce the slate. Don't quote me on this, Alderman Blessum, I'll confirm. I believe it's the final posting of it is in the December Communicator, which is our monthly newsletter. We also put out the information, and then it is up for a vote.
Okay. So slightly different topic then. Do you represent, you had a lot of different hats. Do you represent the City of Minot organization and its staff, would you say? Is that one of your constituencies, maybe you'd say it?
The City of Minot's a strategic partner, just like Ward County in the state of North Dakota, but do I go out and voice and represent as far as on behalf of the city? No.
So, but do you feel that the funding that we provide sort of does that? You when you have a post that does this, I realize you had your chamber hat on. I get that. Certainly, I knew that I saw the comment coming later that was going to be the answer. That made sense. Do you think the public knows that? It's one organization, it's one logo, and in fact, it has the same colors and the same icon as we have down on Main Street for the City of Minot and its organization. Do you believe the city residents understand that difference?
I can't speak on behalf of all the city residents. I do know that we work very hard. You are correct, there was an exerted effort between Visit Minot, at the time Chamber of Commerce and Economic Development Corporation, for our 3 organizations to really brand ourselves with one voice. So Visit Minot, the now Chamber EDC, we do share a logo. And we were the ones that actually funded Visit Minot, had the contract that funded the art piece that you're talking about in downtown Minot. As far as the community's perception, we've worked really hard to communicate the 5 pillars that we represent in the community and what we do under each of those pillars. And so we certainly work hard to make sure that it's clear of what those tasks that we do, whether it's in front of all of you or in the work that we do on those 5 pillars, and separate out how we attack and tackle each of those. We have strategic goals, and we work very hard to communicate that out.
Continue. Okay, so a little bit different topic then. So you mentioned the roughly 90 organizations that are part of your coalition with Keep It Local, from all different places. How many of those, you mentioned all the chambers that joined the coalition, how many of them gave money?
I don't have the budget breakdown.
I think the answer is 3. I think the answer is 3 of them did, and you were one of the 3. So the chamber gave $5,000 as one of 3 organizations to try to fight against the people, the grassroots people that put this together, many of which reside in the city of Minot. And so my question back from the beginning of this was, what do you think the residents of Minot, what do you think that level of support looks like for this measure in the city? Not of business leaders, not of your board, because we know where you stand and your board. Where do you think the residents of Minot, what do you think that vote will look like in the city?
Well, we've been tracking polling, and again, we listened to our constituents when we vetted through this as a board of directors in January. I can't predict the election.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I can continue. So just to be clear, I'm going to vote no, okay? This is not the right way to change direction on economic development. In a little bit here, I'll have a motion that does talk about that, but that's not this one. Right now, we cannot change direction on this in this way. That's my opinion. As directionally wrong as I think it was for this to have happened, I don't think this is the right way to change direction as a city on economic development. So my vote will be no. But I do think it is time that we take a look at this, because this two-headed monster that we fund this way is actively working against segments of our population. And I don't know that that's the right approach when we're supplying funds to that organization. So I think that needs to be revisited.
Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My intention wasn't really to redo economic development. I wanted to make a statement. And all those groups that you named, I wish that people would make statements to them too, because it's wrong. And you went with a group called Keep It Local. Over $1 million they raised from out of state. And you want to be affiliated with that group called Keep It Local. That's wrong.
Any other comments? Thank you, Brecca.
Thank you, Mayor Ross.
Seeing no further comments, we have a motion and a second on the floor.
Can I just clarify the amount?
Yes.
It was to remove $559,000, or $559,060 from the 2025 budget funding MAC EDC.
$650,000.
Oh,
That's the portion that they had for economic development.
Sorry. Okay, I'm good.
Just for a point of clarification, so that, in essence, does not include the Task Force 21 funding, correct?
That is correct.
okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion fails with dissents from Alderman Blessum, Fuller, Janser, Olson, Pittner, and Ross.
Okay. Any other amendments to come before the council on the budget? Seeing none? Yes.
If I may, just for a couple of housekeeping things, because this is important. One item so I wanted to provide a reminder of some things that council directed staff to come back for, and I want to make sure if you still want to hear that. And two is some changes of information that as we went through the budget process we didn't have until the end, which would be rate increases with regards to water, sewer, stormwater. We talked a little bit about garbage or landfill rates here earlier, but staff still has not provided a presentation to council or the public with regards to changes this budget would make in regards to those rates. And so I've asked staff to be prepared to come and talk about that. The two items to follow back up on, and if council doesn't want to do that given time, I understand, we can talk about it another time. And that is council directed staff to come back with more information with regards to our transit system. And then also with regards to the police department incentive plan. And if tonight's not the night to do that, that's fine. But I would at least like to see some staff presentation with regards to the rate increases that are now included in the budget.
Yeah, I would like to see that.
Okay. Who would that be?
I believe that's supposed to be Mr. Sorensen. We talked about it in the department head meeting on Tuesday.
Mayor Ross, members of council. So on the water, sewer, storm sewer side of things, so we've been plugging along for about the last 6 or 8 months on a new rate model. So that was all combined and able and functioning here within the last couple of weeks. We're able to kind of drill down into the expenses and then look at our rate generator and kind of see how things landed. So I'll probably need a reminder on the percentages, but I believe water and sewer was about a 3% increase.
My notes from Tuesday's conversation at the department meeting was water was a 3% increase, sewer was 5%, and storm sewer was recommended a 25% increase, but we're only recommending a 15%
15%,
increase.
correct, yeah. So that's where we landed on rates. Some of those rates haven't been changed for a number of years. I don't think we've changed water rates since about 2020. And I think storm sewer also has been, I'd have to look back at historical, but that's where things landed to kind of balance the projects that we have coming up and where the revenues sit.
So, Mr. Mayor?
Yep, Mike?
So, Jason, and this kind of gets back to the discussion you and I had by email. I didn't look at these, we didn't have them yet. So what you just said is we're looking at some rate changes that helps us keep pace with what we have to build, right? I mean, that's the right way to look at that. I want to be a little careful about that. I mean, to me, because this is one of our biggest reserve funds, right? Water sewer is unbelievably huge. 30-some million, Dave, I don't remember the number, but it's a big one. So my question is, for me, rate should be related to operation, right? Now, I know this is an infrastructure-heavy portion of our budget, so I understand that. And so I'm willing to kind of think of, let's mix that in as well, because there's a lot of it that's always occurring every single year. So do you feel comfortable, based on what you and I kind of went back, and that was on the landfill side and that the same thought process is being applied here? Are we using the big bucket of money for the big projects, and the rate increase is related to service, because that's what we're providing, service to our client, which is the resident of the city?
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Blessum, I'll just weigh in a little bit. One of the issues we had with the old rate model is it was very detailed, which means it was very large and cumbersome, and I don't think anybody had a really great grasp of how we were setting rates and what all was included. And just an example was we had depreciation calculated, plus we also had this capital fund that we were setting aside. Well, typically the way we operate here is we pay cash for our capital projects, and then we depreciate them over the life of that project. So at some point it looked like we were maybe double counting that, but there was a complicated formula that they went in to eliminate that to some extent. So this model, we tried to simplify this a lot more. We broke it down into, for example, on the water side, what does it cost us to treat 100 cubic feet of water? So we came up with a cost that includes the operations of the water plant and in the future here, the biota plant, but what does it cost to get us through the treatment phase on the water? And then we are able to take that and we said, okay, here's our CIP fund for water main replacements and things in the future. So what do we have to have on an annual basis to contribute to the capital to replace that in a timely fashion? So we essentially tried to simplify this to have a much better, reasonable way to look at that. One of the complications that we have is every year we submit a rate to the Minot Air Force Base, and we come up with the model, and the model says, well, you're doing rate increase. Well, why? And we have to try and back out through this and explain that. Well, now we can say, here was what the cost of water did. And part of that is because since COVID, the cost of chemicals have more than doubled the treatment chemicals. So obviously that drives up the cost of water. Cost of electricity has increased, all of those types of things. So I think through this approach, we have a better system that allows us to do exactly what you are talking about here. We know what our operational costs are, what do we have on the horizon for capital costs, and what's a reasonable amount to get us there for replacement. So to go along with that, we also know that we have this replacement of cast iron water mains that is a deferred maintenance item. Some of these are not quite centuries old yet, but fast approaching. And the estimate there is somewhere between 125 and $200 million. So we have this huge burden that's coming going forward. And every year we allocate money for the replacement of those cast iron water mains. The problem we've been seeing the last few years is we never get to actually replace any of those water lines because we spend all of that money fixing breaks as they happen. So we eat up that funding. The last year or so, we've actually gone out and taken some of that funding and leveraged low interest funding from the state to say, okay, we want to take on these little projects, or I shouldn't say little, some of them are $4 million. But we took on some of these projects and we said we're going to use some of that funding to leverage low interest dollars so we can knock off some of these chunks that are causing us a lot of problems. But that is something that's looming for us going forward too, that somehow we have to be able to put our finger on what is the right amount of money that we have to address those in a timely fashion.
So Dave, just to continue then, so the budget that we got Thursday in the agenda, does that already includes the rates now that you guys have worked your way through and flowed through the rest of the budget as well?
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Blessum, yes, and that's the rate part of this was kind of coming late in the ballgame, but we had already developed the budget for the expenditure side of it. We used the model to go back with the anticipated usage that we have, which can vary depending on if we have a hot, dry year. We sell a lot more water than if we have a cool, rainy summer. But we put in that anticipated usage based on historical volumes back into the rate model, and we came up with enough revenue to cover what the model or what the budget is.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, so can you give us just a really quick 30-second view of how does the big dollar amount that we need for all water infrastructure come about? Because my simple way of thinking of it is, I'm a residential water user. I get a water bill because I have water come out of my faucet, right? That's at its, and it goes down a sewer also, and so I'm paying on both sides. And then I've got a little bit of wastewater that just makes sure that it's not coming up in my lawn, right? So as a consumer, that's what I think of as my water bill. But there's this whole other idea of the water infrastructure. That's a different part of the question. What are the sources for water infrastructure right now of the revenue?
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Blessum. So right now, for example, on the water main replacement side, typically the State Water Commission does not fund a lot of those projects. That's considered maintenance type items. Now, in the last year or so, there's maybe been some exceptions or some different programs, but we don't know if that's something that's going to happen in the future, if that funding will be available for those projects. We also have the lead service line replacement that is a federal mandate that Jason and his crew are working through right now to identify the lead service lines that need to be replaced. We really don't know who's going to pay the bill for that when they actually have to replace those lines or where that mandate's going to be. And that isn't something that's currently included in that estimate that I talked about earlier. That was just to replace the cast iron mains that are in the right-of-way currently.
So if I can continue, Mr. Mayor, so am I right in saying that the water bill is funding all of our infrastructure right now? Because you just said that the other sources aren't really there. I mean, we don't know if they will be. I mean, what I'm getting at, I guess, is are we doing anything from, say, sales tax infrastructure? Do we have other sources? How did we get to, I think we're over 30 million, right, in the water fund? I don't remember the number exactly, but it's big. And so how did it get there? Is it more fees than are required to provide the water over a long period of time?
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Blessum, so there's a couple of things that come into play here. We have a storm sewer development fund as well that's part of that fund balance. We're anticipating that funding is going to be utilized with the storm sewer project that we have going on. We just haven't expended those funds yet. And that's the purpose of the storm sewer development fund, is to be able to go and replace that storm sewer infrastructure. So to go back and answer the question with the water infrastructure, there are a number of funds. We've received State Water Commission funding for some of the water towers that we've replaced in the last few years. Obviously, some of the updates to the water plant and the high service pump station had state funding in there as well. Part of that is supposed to be covered by the water bill, just like you said, to cover the depreciation and replacement of the items. What we've seen is with the growth of the city, we're spending the money on the expansion of the infrastructure and then trying to maintain what we currently have. We haven't had the ability to go back and replace that stuff that needs to be replaced.
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Blessum, so yes, to your original question, so if you look at the water distribution budget, there's a $2 million line item in there for water main replacement or water main maintenance. That's a project that we design for cast iron pipe replacement. And then anything that we do above and beyond that would come in and utilize the state funding if we get it, and then SRF funding as we apply for it. There's a maintenance account in the storm sewer department and the sewer department as well. I think it's 1.75 million in sewer and then another 800,000 in the storm sewer. So those are infrastructure maintenance and replacement line items that are in each annual budget every year.
Any other questions? Thanks, guys. Okay.
So if I'm correct, we're on the original motion to approve the 2025 budget ordinance on second reading, all applicable resolutions and amendments.
Mark?
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to make a comment, I guess. We've come to the final reading of this 25 budget. I'd like to say thanks to everybody who was involved in the process to get us to this point. The budget tours, the work by the city manager and the department heads to produce the proposed budget at a level equal in dollars to the previous year. Q&A with the staff, my president's letter, recommendations, public input, and the adjustments that we made in the first reading have all gotten us to this point. I've thought long and hard about, since our first reading, about how to vote on this budget second reading. It concerns me, after further thought, that we are using reserves to provide a property tax break equal to a significant amount of our levy from last year, which, depending on how the vote goes early next month, may lock us in at that reduced rate, for which we have no long-term plan or solution. We might be able to use reserves again in 26 to maintain that, but there's no guarantees of that. Comments have been made about taking care to avoid encumbering future councils with decisions that we're making. It seems to me that we are in fact doing that to ourselves for next year and councils in years beyond, particularly if Measure 4 passes. So the timing of this is fraught with some big unknown. We've mostly managed to avoid increasing sales tax and adding new fees or significant increases to fund government in recent years, while continuing to fund NAWS and the Mouse River Enhanced Flood Protection Plan, which, when complete, will provide a long-term supply of water and flood protection to Minot. As an alderman who was here in 2012, when the council committed to the flood protection project, I've continued to support it and NAWS. We need to continue to move those two major projects to completion as quickly as possible. Because we can do a thing doesn't necessarily mean that we should, even if it has an immediate feel-good effect. We need to also look at the longer term and not just one budget cycle. I would respectfully ask that you consider these thoughts as we vote on the final reading. Thank you.
Any further comments, Lisa?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too have been really reviewing and contemplating my vote on first reading. And while, again, it is nice to be able to have lower property taxes, we are doing it a little foolishly because we know that we have costs that are coming up. We don't know exactly what the costs are, but we know in the not too distant future, we will have some costs related to the rehabilitation of the 3rd Street Viaduct. And while that was closed, we certainly heard from a lot of people who missed that connection from north to south. And we've also not commented at all on the future of our police department. And I feel that that is not the right direction to go. We have also committed to improving the situation or the location for where our police department staff work, whether it's an improvement to the current building or it's a new build. We've all commented that that is the right direction to go, and yet we are not putting any money towards that. So while I have never done this before, I will have a very difficult time voting for the approval of this budget tonight because I don't think that we're going down the right path.
Rob?
Thank you. While I understand Alderman Janser and Alderman Olson's views on what they just said, what we got to remember and what we talked about at the last budget, we overtaxed the citizens of Minot and put that money back in the general fund so we could use it for a future purpose. That is not what we need to be doing with property tax. And that was why we voted to give it back to them as property tax relief, if I'm not mistaken. So,
Mike?
Yeah, I'll just echo what Alderman Fuller just said. I mean, keeping in mind, there was only a couple things that were actually done to reduce the steady, strong growth of government that we've got going on within our city. We did make a slight change to the pay plan, which, isn't without its own perils. We know what those are. We know staff are impacted. We know our friends and neighbors are impacted by that. But those are the decisions that we make as we've gone back and forth on this council about what we're doing to future councils and the hard decisions that we have to make. Those are what those are. So we made that kind of decision. We made a decision about a bus. We made a couple other little decisions, again, from Alderman Janser's budget request about, the funding for a plan at the police department for recruiting, something that we've all agreed we would revisit if it's the time is appropriate next year. And so I want to be clear, as Alderman Fuller said, what we did with that vote is simply returning dollars to the people that were above what the state even allowed us to have in our fund. We were the lucky recipients of that as a city government. And we were also lucky that there were no ramifications in the law for when you go above that number. State law could be changed by our legislators in the coming session to say, here's the ramifications for that. Here's the penalty for that. They're not there today. So we got the one-time benefit of that. And all that we did with the motion that I brought was return half of that back to the people. I didn't even obligate us for future years, though I'd sure love to do it. So while I think we made some big strides in helping the residents of our city on the number one thing they care about in our work here, that's very important, we actually didn't change the trajectory of our government much. We really didn't move the needle a whole lot in what it actually costs us as residents of this city to perform the basic services that we need. And so I just want to be clear about that. I'm excited about what we've done. I'm enthusiastic to vote yes tonight because I think we did a lot of what I've been talking about since I got into the race to run for this seat. And I think that was really important and something that I set out to do for the people of our city. And I think we've delivered on that. And I think we should all be proud of that work.
Any final comments? Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to reiterate a little bit too on that is it is from overtaxing our citizens for at least the last 6 years. And we talk about reserves and we talk about what we have in the future. We gave back 8% of those reserves to the citizens. It should have been more than that. So it's not like we're not going to be able to do anything. And I agree with Mike. We just barely moved the needle.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion passed 5-2 with dissents from Janser and Olson.
Moving on to action item 7.5, landfill cell 7, final payment and contract amendment. What are the wishes of the council?
So moved.
We have a motion by Paul. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mark. Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll. Or please record your vote. My bad.
Motion passes unanimously.
Moving on to action item 7.6, the Mouse River Enhanced Flood Protection Plan, MI6B, concurrence of bid award. What's the wishes of the council?
Move we approve the recommendation.
We have a motion by Mark. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Lisa. Is there any discussion?
Yep.
Rob?
All right. First, I just want to say for the record for everybody, I am in no way suggesting that we halt all our flood control initiatives. But what we have been seeing over the last few months with the flood control bids that keep coming in is egregious, and it's going to hurt us as a city in the long run. So the financial impact or implications of 35% cost increases raise significant concerns about the economic viability of our flood control program. As a community, we got to sit back and evaluate whether the projected benefits justify the financial burden on taxpayers and local businesses. We're discussing $1 billion project that could balloon to $1.3 billion or more for a flood event expected to occur only once every 100 to 500 years. Now, I understand and I realize the flood of 2011 was devastating to our community. But if we don't do things correctly, the financial impact that we're going to put on our future generations could be just as devastating to them. What business in our country can absorb a 35% or higher increase in their costs and continue to go on? None. But here we sit as a city trying to suggest that we should just keep eating these egregious numbers that these contractors are pushing to us. Currently, our share of the $1 billion project stands at $350 million. Each time we receive a bid that is 35% or higher over our projected estimates that we get from our Ackerman Esvold engineering firm, that costs us as citizens anywhere from $5 million or more to add to our total. So if this balloons to $1.3 billion, as it looks like it's gonna, because when Dave and I were talking a little bit ago, we have roughly 1/4 to 1/5 of the flood control done. So that means we have quite a bit left to do. If it balloons to $1.3 billion, all of a sudden our community share goes from $350 million to $472 million. We have flood control bonds out there right now for 30 years. If we see an increase like that, that adds 10 years to how long we're going to have our kids and our grandkids and everybody else pay for these flood control bonds. I think we need to sit down and honestly take a look at the project and say, is this what we anticipated it would be 10 years ago? And I know we're going to get the what ifs, what if inflation doesn't go away? What if the economy doesn't recover? What if prices continue to go up? I'm going to go back historically and tell everybody to look at the 70s, the last time we had superinflation as we have these last 4 years. After we came out of the 70s and we got somebody in the White House that actually kind of knew what they were doing, you saw the 80s was one of the biggest economic booms in our country in the last 50 years, coming out of a superinflation in the 70s. And I'm going to tell you that we're going to see the same thing right now if we get the correct person elected. Now, we may not, and so that means even worse things for us going forward. The sales tax revenue that we're tying up for future generations, we were talking 20 years, now we're at 30 years and looking at potentially 40 years. How could we use those pennies differently? They're tied to flood control right now, but eventually they're not going to be tied to flood control. So how could our community use those pennies differently? Quite honestly, if we have any increases in our budget as a city over the next 10 to 15 or 20 years, how are we going to pay for it? It's all going to have to come from property tax because we have no sales tax pennies left to use for anything. So it may be time for us as a community to sit down and honestly look at either pausing or slowing down flood control until the costs, inflations, and the broader economy stabilize. I'm not suggesting at all we halt anything, but let's be clear. By pausing, this can help us avoid some of the competing costs that we're eating because Fargo's doing a flood control program right now. There's only so many resources to come to North Dakota and do flood control. Fargo's doing a huge project and we're doing a huge project. But guess what? They'd rather go to Fargo and work than come to Minot and work, and that was evident. I'd reached out to Jason and the city people Friday to ask for some numbers, and some of what I asked for was a heavy lift, and they did a great job trying to get it together. I didn't get to see it until about an hour and a half before meeting tonight, but one of the things in there was the mobilization cost for park construction to come up to Minot, North Dakota and do the flood control was $2 million higher than we anticipated it would be. $2 million for you to bring your people and equipment here. That's insane. Like, we have to sit back and say, are we helping this as we go forward? Now, again, the flood control, if we don't want to pause it, we don't want to slow it down while we wait for everything, maybe what we need to do is look at shrinking it a little bit, maybe so it isn't such a big project. I mean, we're seeing this nationally. You see the federal government, who never stops spending money for any reason, stopping their projects and stuff like that because the costs that are coming into them are so out of this world, they can't even believe it. I mean, they used to pay $400 for a hammer, right? But now they're all upset because the bids that they're getting, and one of the programs I read on, Brecca brought it up, was the Sentinel program. They are honestly talking about at least suspending for the short time the Sentinel program because of the bids that they are receiving from contractors. If that doesn't tell us as a city that there is a problem, we have to stand up and somebody's at least got to say, we can't continue to absorb 35% over our bid increases. We just approved one, a month ago, MI7, which was 38% over the bid or the estimate that Ackerman Esfold gave us. Now we get another one. They had pulled this one back. They revised it a little bit because they didn't like how high these bids were before. They said, hey, it's going to cost you $39 million to do this flood control project. We get bids back of 58 and 52 million. That isn't even logical, you guys. I mean, there is not one person in here who would take that at their house in their own personal budget and go, you know what? Yeah, let's keep going. You would alter what we're doing. And Mark said something earlier that I thought was really a great comment. Just because we can do something doesn't mean we have to do something. Like, I mean, we all want to do the flood control. We all want to get everything safe for the city. I understand that. But we cannot burden our children, our grandchildren, and our great-grandchildren 40 years down the road with prices because we were in a hurry to get it done rather than being fiscally responsible. So just for everybody's knowledge, I will not vote yes on any further flood control items that come in 20% or higher over our estimated budgets. It is not fiscally responsible as a city, and it is not the right thing to do. I think we just have to sit down as a community and discuss what flood control actually should look like, because when they started it 10 years ago, it was completely different than we're seeing right now. So anyway, that's where I'm at.
Mike.
So just to provide a little bit of color to what Rob just said, when he talks about the sales tax pennies, as we have them laid out today. So I think, if I remember right from the numbers, where it's something like $27 million from sales tax that'll come in from those 2 pennies for the 2025 year. That's our estimate. The budget we just passed cost $24 million in property tax. We have more than enough coming in sales tax to offset the property tax that we're collecting today. But the problem with that is that we've got almost 1 penny in full covering between flood and NAS, with more expected in the future. And so when he's talking about those burdens, that's what that actually looks like. it's a lot of money. It's an incredible burden on our future residents of the city. The other thing I want people to understand is that when we're talking about these 35 to 39% increases, this isn't against a 2010 projection. This isn't, oh shoot, inflation got away from us a little bit. It was a little higher than we thought. No, this is an estimate they're providing now. They're saying based on what we can see, this is what we should expect. And it's a third to 40% higher than that. And so to Rob's point, I don't have an answer. I don't know if anyone here does. If you do, please come and let us know, because I don't know if we're stuck right now with this idea. And as it's been put to me in the last day or two here as I was talking to someone about this, are we in a position where I ask somebody to come look at my roof and they go, I don't want to do any roofs right now. I'm full. I got way too much money. I'm going to put it out there at 3 times the cost. And if they say yes, well, I'll figure out a way to do it because the money's then worth it. Are we in that situation? I don't know if anybody can answer that for us, but I think those of us up here that are saying yes to these things, that's the question I think we have right now is, do we have a blank check out there for whoever does this work? Because that's what it feels like, and it seems never ending. You can make the argument that, hey, waiting even 6 months makes this even worse, and that might be the case. I get that. I understand that completely, but my goodness, where are we headed then? I mean, I think we're close to off the cliff now. I don't know where this goes, and Ryan is here, Lance is here, Jason. I don't know if any of us can even answer this. I don't know if there's any commentary you can give us on this, but are we out of our minds? Have we lost ourselves here that we aren't just saying yes to this? Because this does not feel good for my kids, my grandkids right now.
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Blessum. So we don't feel good about it either. So take into account, estimates are what they are. They're estimates, and what are estimates based on? They're very hard to estimate these projects. There's no projects anywhere near this size going on anywhere near us. So what are you comparing to? You're comparing to projects in Fargo. You're comparing to projects in Minneapolis. We every now and again estimates are off. So I mean, if the numbers are what they are and our estimates were 30% higher and I was bringing you a bid at 5% over the estimate, would you feel as bad about it? I think, the market is what it is. The market's high. I think our estimates were also maybe a little bit low. There's just a lot of moving parts to these. I don't think there's a blank check. We have 2 very large contractors that are capable of building a project, so there's a competitive environment. That's why we initially rejected MI7. We only had 1 bid, and we had found out that the contractor knew he was going to be the only bidder going into that bid opening. So we took proactive action and we rejected that bid very early to give the impression that we're not taking any bid that comes across our desk. The rebid, cut $11 million. When you compare these unit prices to MI7, which came in $11 million lower, to MI6, which we just awarded, the unit prices are very similar. I don't think we're opening up the checkbook and just writing blank checks. That's certainly not the objective of the Service River Joint Board. And it's just it's a tough market. There aren't enough really big contractors that can handle projects this big, and that's some of the exercises that the coordination group that designs and bids these projects is looking at. Is there a way to take a $50 million project and break it into smaller chunks that, say, a local contractor could do a small $10 million piece? Those are some things that we're going to be looking at on future projects and trying to value these projects a little bit. So.
Mr. Mayor, if I can continue. So Jason, you said something I think is really important there. You acknowledge we're in a tough environment. So help me understand, does that tough environment mean this literally could in 3 years, if the environment isn't tough, be lower? Or are we on a trajectory that it'll never be lower than this? I mean, that's how I would generally think of it, is that it only should go up. But if we truly are in such a constrained environment that they just literally can't even do it unless we pay them this amount, then maybe Rob's right here. Maybe slowing it down is the answer.
Mayor Ross, Alderman Blessum, don't have a crystal ball, of course. You know, it's very tough to predict. You know, you could slow it down and find out that it just got worse 5 years later. You know, I'm personally, as the city's representative on the joint board, I'm not willing to make that gamble. The other thing that we need to keep track of, and I saw Sean stepped up. He probably has something to share with regard to rates, but we're somewhat in a race against time. Yes, this is costing us a lot of money on the sales tax side, but what it's going to cost us in the future is a lot of money from every single resident that lives in the valley. There are going to be some pretty staggering property or insurance rates that come because we don't have protection in the city. So those are the two things that we have to weigh against each other as we go forward and select which projects to build and which ones not to.
Mr. Mayor.
Rob?
So I guess, Jason, two things I heard you say there. One was you thought our bids, or I'm sorry, our estimates are coming in lower than they should be. Why are we, and again, maybe Ryan wants to jump in here, why are we underestimating what these are going to cost? I mean, aren't we going out? I mean, I did this for a long time in the banking world. I saw bids come in for clients. I mean, these bids to me are what we called in the banking world, I don't want to do it bid. It's a bid that says, hey, I don't want to come up there and do your project, but I'll put so much extra on here, and if you have no other choice and you're willing to do it, I'll pull people off another job and send them up there for you to do it. That's what $13 million over an estimate is in my world.
Mayor Ross, Alderman Fuller. So the base of the bid for MI6 and 7 was basically MI5, which, you know, that was the last big project that was bid and awarded in Minot. That's the basis. That's the project that we knew what it cost, you know, 3 years ago. There were a lot of things that happened since that bid. You know, we did adjustments for some inflation. The pandemic was in the middle of that. We didn't know how that was going to affect things, and that's still affecting things. So, you know, like I said, the estimates are built based on things you know from other projects, and sometimes they don't all translate to the project that we have in our hand. That's all I can say.
Why don't we have Sean step up? He's got some information on flood insurance. Sean.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. I appreciate just a couple of moments here to speak here. When it comes to understanding the impact of flood, I challenge you to find somebody else who's probably more well-versed in not just what happened, but what's going forward and how it's going to impact us. So I can't speak here as a representative of my company. I can't stand here and speak as a representative of my own agency, but I can stand here as a journalist who reported on this town for 15 years, whose own home was destroyed and rebuilt with my own hands, who led the Citizens Valley Coalition to get the entire overhaul, to actually represent the entire community down here in Minot within the flood valley. And I've got more than 11 years of experience, and that's why I put together some numbers for you. If we want to talk about slowing down, let's talk about impact.
Let's do it.
We've got $33 million over the next 12 years of what flood insurance residents are going to pay. That is a solid estimate that, granted, well, cannot be backed up by FEMA because of Flood 2.0 and all the variables that they will not run their own numbers on. On a modest 9% increase on flood insurance over the next 9 years, factoring in the the Milestone 1 coming out approximately in 4 or 5 years, and also the zone change that's coming up in either 24 or 25 and 26, changing us from an X zone to an AE zone, the high risk zone, and watching our increases go from 9 to a maximum of 18%, and on the secondary dwellings going up a mandatory 25% per year. Commercial properties, mandatory 25% per year. Every single property that has a loan against it, federally backed, will be mandated to have flood insurance for that period of time. Arguably, you could say that there are people that have that paid off, so they don't need flood insurance. That's also factored into these numbers. What is not factored into is what the actuarial rate is. That means the highest level of what all of this is going to be climbing towards, because FEMA, with Flood 2.0, has basically a different BFE, a flood base elevation for every single property based on its own elevation. So while they won't give us the number, if you talk to anybody in any other city around the country that knows what the actuarial rate is, it's about what their mortgage is or more every single year. It is substantial. So if we finish out our project in 2041, we will either be paying $55 million out of the city, out of the valley, in that period of time, unless FEMA decides to bump it up to 18% per year and we can add 20 more million on top of that. That's the valley residents paying that. That is the cost of delay. That is the impact to the households, and there is no way around it. I have supplied a tremendous amount of data here to back up all of the facts and figures, and I'd be more than happy to talk about whatever it is on flood insurance you want to talk. But to be fair, Alderman Fuller, I have never felt more like a second-rate citizen than I do tonight. After all of the hard work that is put in, and we talk about optics, that echoes through the state legislature when we go down to testify to get support from the state. That happened back in 2018 when we fought tooth and nail. We managed to overcome that, but when we have aldermen who are saying, we need to slow things down, we need to cut it back, we need to reduce the flood footprint. By the way, if we take that back, I think the substantial reduction, I would have to look to Ryan for those answers again because I don't remember it when I testified as mayor. But it reduces our cost by 10% by reducing the elevation of our flood protection. And one of the other costs is we don't know when the next 2011 is going to be. When they built the flood protection project back in the 70s and 80s, they thought they had flood control figured out. Chet Wrighton would be rolling over in his grave. Former Mayor Chet Wrighton would be rolling in his grave to hear, we saw what happened, we know what we've got to do, and now we're talking about scaling it back. You're right, it is going to be difficult. We either have resolve or we don't. And what happens if those flood insurance rates goes to the level that they're going to get to is the devaluation of the valley. Our homes become less because simply a substantial amount of that every month cost goes into flood insurance. Think about what that's going to do to the more than 3,000 properties down in the valley who have those substantial flood insurance bills. Devaluation, homes become less, and I would argue, the affordable housing district of Minot now becomes unaffordable. I am going to stop there and ask if there's any questions.
Rob?
Yep. So, Sean, I appreciate your input, but your concern is for the people in the valley so they don't have to pay these flood insurance rates coming up over the next 10, 20, 30 years, whatever it may be. What about the next 40 years, the $472 million that we're asking everybody in this city to pick up and pay if we keep paying these increases? How fiscally responsible is that to everybody in this community versus?
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Rob Fuller, I'm really glad you asked that. I purposely left that part out so that somebody could ask that question. Because as the valley devalues, what do you think is going to happen to the value of all the properties on the hill? Now that it becomes even more expensive. If we talk about the impact of 2011, what we did learn is whatever happens in the valley also impacts the entire rest of the community. That cannot be argued. So what is the cost? The cost is either safety and security of the community. Fiscal responsibility, yes, well, we walked down this road in 2018, 2019, all the way through the 2020 legislative session. We knew inflation was going to be part of this problem.
You knew it was going to be 30% higher? You knew that 5-6 years ago?
We talked about inflation. Now, I think every single person up here that's been dressed down tonight, respectfully, has been dressed down, has said that they don't know what that crystal ball is going to look like. And I can't tell you what next year is going to be look like, but what I can tell you, Alderman, is that if we do nothing, if we slow this down, we've got 12,000 people who have an immediate, absolute check mark on their balance. And I tell you what the rest of the community does as well.
Sean, you're standing up here trying to scare everybody about what's going to happen with rates going forward. I get it. I understand that. But what I'm talking about is what's happening right now. 30% to 40% over the estimates is not feasible. At your business where you work with Josh, if you guys had increases of 35 to 40% and couldn't pass it on to anybody in the community, would you continue to operate? You would not. That is a simple fact. And that's all I'm asking for. I'm not saying we need to stop flood control. We need to go push it and let everybody in the valley suffer. But what I'm saying is we have to be fiscally responsible to this city and the residents of this city in the next 30 to 40 years. And by paying $1.3 billion when maybe we could do something at $700 or $800 or $900 million and scale it back a little bit and get some of the savings, but not all of the cost, isn't that worth having the conversation?
Alderman Fuller, I would look to our engineers, who we have had many state legislators actually say that very thing. We can just do less, but because of the hydraulics of our river, it doesn't work that way. We could say we need to build a little less, and it's going to save 10 or 15%, but it's going to substantially reduce our flood control, and that is going to substantially change the impact to all of the residents, not just in flood insurance rates. But to get back to your first question, the NFIP does not care. They have been told by Congress you're going to get into the black. And by the time that everything that happens in North Carolina and Tennessee and whatever happens in Florida over the next coming days, I can guarantee that maximum 18% is marching down. That is not a scare tactic. That is direct verbiage from the NFIP. We don't get to set those rates. The NFIP sets those rates.
Mike.
Mr. Mayor, so former Mayor Sitma, with all due respect, I'm not gonna just sit by and be accused of dressing people down for doing the job I was elected to do. You have no idea what my vote will be. You have no idea what my plan would be for going forward with this. But I am going to do my job and ask the questions. That's what this time is. We're debating a motion right now. You know that. You've sat up here. Okay? So to say that we've dressed people down because we asked a question of it, do you really not think that we should ask the questions when our estimates are off by almost 40%? You just expect us to hit yes and just go with it? Is that the answer? Because I won't do that. You know what? I'll probably hit yes on this because I don't see another path. I don't. And I haven't found a way to get there yet. But I was elected to have this conversation, and to not have it is the problem. That's the issue. And that's what the public said to us. Not having the conversation is the issue. So we will continue to have these conversations. And yes, the meetings will be long and we'll end up with breaks that we never had those before. But you know what? We're going to have the conversation if I'm a part of it. The people elected me to do that, and I'm going to continue to do it.
Alderman Blesson, I'll just be brief on this. You found the one topic where my emotion does boil. That's never going to change. But yes, what I have seen with our community partners, we're getting off topic and I apologize, Mayor. What I've seen with our community partners here tonight and other, absolutely ask questions. But there are optics, as was mentioned, that echo not only at the state, but then come back locally. And absolutely ask the questions, have the conversations, have 4-hour meetings. But there are optics.
If I could. So there's another side to optics. There's a side to optics that says to the contractors involved, hey, don't worry, bid whatever the heck you want because they're over the barrel and they're going to pay it.
Yep.
That's the other optics in this situation. And if our legislators aren't understanding that as much as we all need to, we've got a much bigger problem with flood control in the first place. So optics work both ways. When we all say, hey, whatever you want, man, 40% higher, go ahead, that's optics as well. We got to watch that side as well. They need to understand that we're watching the purse strings here because we owe it to the public.
And Alderman Blessom, that has taken place in the past when bids have come in under. When the estimates were put out, I can think of at least 2 times, dating back to when the project started, where bids came under. That has absolutely happened. I would just strongly recommend understanding what it means to the community partners and how they're addressed, and more importantly, how that resonates, especially with Valley residents. I can't even begin to tell you. I've buried 3 of my friends that went through the flood. I remember reporting on a 92-year-old guy who was cleaning his dishes out in his front, doing an interview with him one day, coming back to find that he died the next. Those are the stories most people don't know. The flood is still really real for us. So optics mean a lot.
Thank you, Sean. Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Seeing no further comments, please record your vote.
Motion passes 5-2 with dissents from Fuller and Samuelson.
Moving on to action item 7.7, Inspections Department Plan Review Fee Resolution. What are the wishes of the council?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mark. Is there a second?
Second.
By Scott. Discussion. Any discussion? Seeing none, please record your vote.
Motion passed unanimously.
Moving on to item 8 on the agenda, that's personal appearances. Now is an opportunity for those who wish to step in front and speak to the council. Now is your opportunity. The only request is that I ask that you keep comments to 5 minutes out of respect for others who wish to speak to the council. Last call. Seeing none, we will move on to action item 9, miscellaneous and discussion items. Are there any items to be brought before the council? Mike?
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I've got a couple, and, under other circumstances, I might actually delay these, but they're related coming out of the budget and a bunch of the discussions that we've had there. So if you'll bear with me, I would like to kind of move through these, even if we don't take the full action I'm asking for tonight. So the first is, I would like, because this was a part of our discussions, I think we all went through this with the wage discussion. We talked about the hybrid plan. There's big impacts. I'm sure each of us heard from city staff about the impacts that they have, how that makes them feel. And believe me, that's important to me. And so one of the things that I would like to do, I'd like to bring a motion that directs city staff to prepare a plan for performance or merit-based wage increases for the 2026 budget, and that they work on that so that we've got that ready for the next round.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Lisa?
I'll just say very briefly, I will vote against this. There is no way to adequately judge who is picking up garbage the right way or who is picking up garbage better than the next person. It's just wrought with issues. It's a morale downer, and I'll vote against it.
Mike?
If I could, just on that specifically, I think every for-profit business in the world that uses merit and performance-based wages deals with the idea that the same people do the same jobs. They deal with the mundane sometimes. They deal with people who are sitting in a computer designing things all day and determining which are the right ways to do that. What we have to do is train and rely on our leadership staff to do that and do it well. It's a heavy lift, there's no question about that. But for me, the long-term viability of the way that we pay our staff depends on going in this direction. This idea that we can continue to simply say, look, you showed up, you're here for another year, you get more. I can't live with it. And as long as I'm on council, I will be an advocate for this, for the people that deserve it most in our staff. The top performers in our leadership knows who they are, will stand out, and leadership will identify them, and they will bring them along wage-wise as they should. This is the right direction.
Paul?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll support this motion because we're not committing to anything at this point. We're preparing a plan. It's something for us to look at. It's an idea. I support the idea. I think that a merit-based plan or a hybrid of that plan isn't a bad idea, and I'm not willing to, I guess, throw the baby out with the bathwater at this point, so I'll vote for it.
Mark?
I guess I'm going to echo Alderman Pittner. I think a merit-based component of a compensation plan is highly desirable. basically for the reasons that Alderman Blessam just outlined. And so I think this is a good directive, and, you know, we have to see what we get back in terms of a recommendation from staff. So I will vote for it.
Lisa?
Thank you. Just one final comment. I think I am the only one on the dais that had a career as a public employee. And so I'm coming at it with the attitude and the background as a public employee. And I think that if we ask most of our public employees, they are treated differently than private business employees. And I don't see most of them wanting to see this move forward. So again, I will vote no.
Any final comments? Scott?
Well, for the last 13 years, I have been a public employee, and I don't feel I've been treated any different than when I was in the private sector.
Seeing no further comments, please record your vote.
Motion passes with a 6-1 vote with dissents from Alderwoman Olson.
Mike?
All right, so continuing on, another motion, direct city staff to prepare an ordinance governing the city fund reserve levels to place lower and upper limits on reserve balances and provide a remedy when the reserves fall outside the limits.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion.
Yeah, so if I can continue, Mr. Mayor, this has been a topic for me throughout from our first budget retreat, and really once I've seen the numbers and continued through this budget process, it's become more and more clear to me that as a council, we have a responsibility to the public to provide some guardrails. And I think city staff can give us ideas on what that should look like and how that should work. And they should be able to bring us the ideas that will make this reality actually hum and move forward in the way that it should. So I'm looking forward to see what they come up with.
Discussion. Anything further? Seeing none, record your vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
If I continue, so this is the final one for everybody. So the third one here is to create an economic development plan committee consisting of 2 council members and at least 5 other members nominated by the mayor and approved by the city council to study the economic development approach and programs of the city and provide recommendations to council with changes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Discussion. Mike?
So I think we've seen a little bit tonight of why, I've expressed some thoughts as we go through, whether it's budget. I think it's time that we reevaluate all of our approaches. I know that this feels a little redundant for some because we just went through the Magic Fund process. But I want everybody to remember some of the outcomes that came from that I'm not in agreement with. One of which is that any of us or anyone on the current board for the Magic Fund can bring their own projects, and all that we require is that they recuse when they vote. That should not be that way, and I think we all know that. And so I think we need to reevaluate all the programs. We've got a little over $2 million coming from our sales tax penny right now, and to be honest, we can't figure out what to do with it. That's why the Magic Fund dollars are the way they are. That's why we build these buckets that can spill over into the next buckets. That's why we don't blink an eye to put $1 million in one that helps with the state plans, which again, I'm not necessarily against, but the point of it is I think it's time for a new approach. And so again, nothing that I'm saying right now obligates us to anything. I'm suggesting we create a committee to begin looking at that. Mr. Mayor, if you so choose, I'd love to be a part of that since I'm bringing the motion. But what I'm asking for is 2 members of council and 5 others at your leisure with our approval.
Anything further? Any further discussion? Paul?
Just a question to Alderman Blessam. Do you have any ideas on where those other members would come from? Just members of the community, any partner organizations?
If there's an amendment that makes sense to you to direct it, I don't have any issue with that. I think if there's thoughts up here on where they should come from, I thought of leaving it open so the mayor would kind of put that together. But yeah, I'm open to whatever people think is the right way.
Do you have an amendment?
No, I think that conversation can continue.
Sure.
with your, maybe if anyone up in the dais or in the community is interested in that committee, we'll put that out there. And like I say, if anyone has any recommendations to the mayor, we'll put them in your hands.
Any further, yes.
Just a public reminder that there is a spot on the website, and I'm blanking as to where it's at, but to do a volunteer form for any of our committees. So I'll work with Jennifer Clean to make sure that this gets added on to the drop-down list. So if anyone wants to put in a volunteer form, they get sent on to the mayor, so.
Okay. Any further discussion? We have a motion and a second on the floor. Please record your vote.
Motion passed with a 6-1 vote with a dissent from Alderwoman Olson.
Mike's, anything else under miscellaneous discussion? Seeing none, we will move on to action item 10 on the agenda, and that's adjournment.
So moved.
We have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. We are adjourned. Good meeting.